Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in, together we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
Good morning, everybody. It is Saturday. Welcome back to the cafe. Thank you for joining us today. Good morning, Mom Bear. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for joining us today. All right. Good morning, everybody else. Hope you're having a great start to your weekend. Great to have you here. Great to see you all. I hope everybody's being safe with all this crappy weather right now.
Alicia, right?
What happened? Oh, you know I'm special too, so it is what it is. Come on in, y'all. Grab a seat. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night. Whatever it is, wherever you are, I hope it's good for you. It's great to be here with you. Thank you so much for joining us today on Saturday, March 15th. Almost halfway over. Yes, we're almost into summertime. It is tornado weather around here lately. We're going to look a little bit of that stuff. We got some other stuff to look at. Come on in, hit the like button, share this out if you will, please and thank you. And thank you to the blue crew. I can't tell who's in here that's blue because everything changed colors now. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you very much. And I appreciate everything you guys do. So come on down. Let's see here. Yeah, I can't see nobody with them on. Sorry. They're green, by the way, for anybody that couldn't tell. So looking through those, it doesn't work.
Yeah, that'd give me a headache.
Yeah, right. All right. So let's see. Good morning and welcome. The lovely Miss Leslie and Billy in the house. Mikey with the last 24. Again, Miss Alicia J. Welcome home. It's great to see you, dear. It's wonderful to have you back. Jody Walters, welcome back to you. Peggy Breidenbaugh. I hope I'm saying that right. She's never corrected me, but welcome back to you, Miss Peggy. Wonderful to see you today. Of course, Crime Time with the Mama Bear right here next to me, guys. Make sure to click the link that's pinned in the chat. Jump on over, hit the like button, subscribe if you have not yet done it. You know the drill. But mainly hit the like button, guys, and make sure that you hit that notification bell so you don't miss nothing Mama Bear puts out. The Seahawks fan in the house. Miss Tandy, welcome. Good to see you. Mark Schumann, welcome back to you. Miss Stormy's in the house, bringing her storms around us all.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you, Stormy. Thank you for being here. Sunshine, where you been? We need you around here big time. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Mr. Steven with Crime Mobsters. Good to see you, brother. Did I get... What? Hold on. Mittens for Kittens. There she is. Good to see you. Good to have you here this morning. Brandy B, the OG. Good to see you, man. Miss Paula's in the house. Good morning, Miss Paula. Wonderful to see you today. Jody Walters. Alicia, already done it. Already done did it, Dago. I done did it, Dago. Mr. Chris, good to see you, brother. Thank you so much for joining us. You
Hey,
keep your
Chris.
cookies.
What about our
You can
cookie?
have your cookies over there on that side and keep your cookies. You done did already offended me this morning, Miss Tandy. Poof. Telling me it smells better over there. So you go ahead. Stay over there. Mm-hmm. You stay over there. When you get hit by a tornado over there, because there ain't one over here, go ahead. See what happens. Let's see here. Setting, she's trying to tempt people and drag them over there. We got cookies over here. Look at that. Look at that. You got people working on a slide for you. It's okay. I'm just kidding. Guys, please, it's all right. We are all here
Paid
together.
under the table.
Huh?
It's because I pay him under the table.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. See, Chris said I don't like sweets, so there you go. Ha ha ha.
He's still over here.
Well, it is what it is. Anyway, you go get your coffee. You got to have that, Miss Alicia. We know that.
Smell
know
like
I
gin socks, boiled quarters.
Miss Trish Crow, welcome back to you. Wait, what? It does. It doesn't smell like gin socks, boiled quarters. What? Where did you even come up with that? I've never heard that in my life. It smells like boiled quarters. Who says that? You're a mess.
Boiled
And I don't wear gym socks. Yes. See, Chris said I'm in Dago, so haha. Thank you, Chris. I'll send the money later. Not boiled quarters. Exactly. I've never in my life heard that, Tandy. I don't know where.
Either. Must be a southern thing.
That's a new thing. Like, you smell like boiled quarters. I've heard of boiled peanuts and boiled ass, but never boiled quarters.
Yeah.
Good morning, Miss Lacey. Good to see you. There's Phil.
Exactly.
Good morning.
I'm not sure I want to know, Alicia.
What does that smell like? I can't imagine. Like, that's how many people in here do you think are going to run into the kitchen and drop a bunch of quarters in a pot and set them on to boil and see what that smells like now?
Not me.
I'm not doing it. Quartered animals, Phil said. Jesus. It's too early, Phil. Don't get me going yet.
Oh, boy.
We got a show to get through, and we have the next episode of the Burning Bush to check out by the end of the show. So,
oh, that's right.
Hang tight for that too, folks. There's Miss Wisdom in all her glorious wisdom. That I'm here double dipping Facebook MMIP stuff. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. 27 peeps in the house, 24 likes. Thank you all first and foremost for joining us yesterday afternoon for our University of Idaho show. Appreciate you all that were there so very much.
And those were there. I apologize. I had to hop out at the end.
She doesn't care. She does it to me all the time. She'll come in and get my hopes up and then just say, ha ha, bye.
Yeah, I put my family before him, so he gets mad.
Can you imagine that? Like putting your family before some stupid YouTube channel? Come on.
I mean, geez.
I don't get that, but whatever. Did you get that stuff worked out?
Sort of.
Okay.
My mother brought me and you're going to get a good kick out of this, a Samsung tablet.
Okay.
To put her apps and phone stuff on.
Who did it?
Nobody yet.
Who did it? I want to know who did it because I know you didn't. At least not yet.
I'm still working on it. It's sitting right here in front of me. Blank. And I keep cussing it because I can't get it to do what I want it to do.
So did you tell her to come back in like a month?
No, after about an hour, she said, "You want me to just leave it with you?" And I can go back home. I said, "Yes, please."
Yep. Exactly. I couldn't do it. That's for damn sure. But I'm sure it's able to be figured out. Good morning, one maiden nut. Good to see you, Eddie. Thank you for joining me today, buddy.
The Amazon Android tablets, I can figure out no problem. I may have to have my husband do it. He's a Samsung person.
I've never owned a Samsung, or I've never owned. The only tablets I've ever owned was like a, like an Amazon,
the Fire tablet,
Kindle, the book thing.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I've ever had. I've never owned a tablet. That's wild. Now that I think of it, or an iPad or anything. Of course, I would never own an iPad because it's caca. But
I just get the Amazon Fires, but I was like, okay. It's like, all right, Mom.
Now, see, I can do the whole thing with like I have Amazon Fire TVs, the Fire TVs. Like you would get the Fire Stick that it's built into the TV, and I've even jailbroke. Oops, did I say that out loud? Okay, the TVs. I can do all that stuff, but I've never messed with a tablet before, so I couldn't even think twice about what to do with those.
Yeah, you have a hard time operating a phone, so it's
Yes, I
like
do.
a tablet. So you'd end up breaking the tablet.
Don't knock my iPad. I'm not knocking nothing, Miss Brandy. A Kindle is a tablet. It kinda is.
It
Well,
is. It's
kinda.
a.
It's not rated as one, but it is.
I mean, it's like the Nook book from Barnes and Noble.
You can pull up all sorts of apps and everything on it besides just reading books on it. So yeah. I mean, in the sense that it's flat and it has a screen with buttons on it and it's square, kind of.
Right.
So yeah, it's a tablet in that sense. That's what we get our kids. Yeah, that's what my Caden had. His first one was a Kindle, because it doesn't have all that ability. There's a lot of lockout stuff on that one, and Juniper's first, right? Juniper's first was a Kindle, and so was Xavier's. They all have real tablets now, but I don't know. I've never actually had one, and my son his friend's wife has a really badass one that has. It's probably not the tablet, but it's probably an app she has that she can like draw and make all sorts of crazy. I mean, it's great. So it's got to be probably the app that's in it, I guess. I don't know, but her tablet's like this big. It's huge. It looks like a small flat, like a laptop screen. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Oh, wow.
Wait, what the hell? Oh yeah, I know, Chris, and I've thought about adding one to my little rig here for certain different things, but I don't know. One of these days, if I ever come into some actual green stuff, maybe. But until then, I'll just have to settle for what I have here.
With them, I miss my Lenovo laptop that would flip and turn into a tablet, and that I miss
those are
that.
cool. My sister has one of those. It's so neat. I got a Lenovo laptop, and at first almost threw it out the door. It flips flops. Oh yeah, those are neat. Those are definitely neat. You can put all the same apps on a Samsung tablet as a Droid phone. Yeah. It's basically like having a giant Droid phone, from my understanding, at least. Yes.
Yes, but here's the thing, Phil. I have a Samsung tablet. My mom has an iPhone. So I have to get my techie brain to work.
It'll work out. You'll get it.
Yeah.
You always work that stuff out. You're so awesome with all that stuff. So I'm sorry.
It just takes me a minute to get my wires crossed the right way.
I'm sorry, Chris. So sorry, sir. Echo 444 in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
I keep saying that.
Let's see here. What'd you say? No, Phil said something before that. Hold on. One maiden nut. What bizarre territory can we nudge the conversation in today? As a starter, I have questions about maidens and nuts. Don't go there, because I screwed that up way long time ago. I was trying to talk one day and said it real super fast, and it did not come out right. So don't play around with the name, Phil. You're safer that way. Oh yeah, Tandy's right. Hand it over to a child 12 and above, and they'll have that thing probably folded in 4 cubes with every app in the world on it within 10 seconds.
Believe it or not, my kids at this point are not that techie.
Give them time.
They're 15 and 16.
Yeah, well, if they haven't messed with a lot of them, then maybe, I don't know. Aiden picked up that stuff when he was like 9. He turned into like super tech. He helped me figure out a Fire Stick when I first got one of them. And he was like, Dad, you just got to do. I'm like, sit down. You don't know what you're doing. And I was wrong. completely wrong. He knew exactly what he was doing. Bill says you can add a full keyboard to any tablet and even screen share And he said, that's really cool. Samsung has some pretty good products. I know I liked their phones when I had them.
Yeah, Matt likes Samsung.
Mm-hmm. And the LG, I'm telling you, I was so pissed off that they stopped making LG phones because I loved it. I had every LG stylo that had come out up to 5, and then they just said, "Oh, we're done making them." When I went in to do my upgrade, and I was stuck with some stupid Motorola stylo because I like to have the stylo pen. Don't ask me why I want that because I don't ever use it. I have had one of these in every phone that I've owned, and you want to know how many times I've pulled this? It's fallen out more than I've taken it out to use it. I've never used it, but for some reason I feel like I need it because I'm going to use it one day. So, and now they sell them all over the place. You can buy like 5 packs of them for nothing. Stop it, Humper. Leave him alone. God, it's so gross.
Hello, Echo. That is
Echo.
my daughter's name.
Thank you, Echo. I appreciate that. I didn't know you were in there. And Ruby Slippers, morning to you. Yep, I told you guys when it came time that we would dive back into it head first, and we have done that. So
Yes, we did.
I'm trying to stick with it. I said from the beginning in it, you know, people got upset with me. They would, why'd you stop covering Idaho? I said, because there's nothing to talk about. There really wasn't anything else to talk about. And I said, as soon as there is, I'm not letting this go. I will ride this until the finish, all the way, until somebody is convicted of the horrible crime that was committed, and there's some justice for those victims and their families. And I said I would do that no matter what. So what we've been doing, and there's more to come, I promise you. Maybe even Monday, I don't know. Depending on what gets dropped, I should say. There's probably documents that'll be dropped within. Well, no, that would have been yesterday. I don't know. I haven't even looked. We'll see what happens. Mm-hmm. What's the male counterpart for a maiden? Traditionally, not by today's definition. Here we go. Never fails. Got to leave it to Phil. Maiden. I don't know. I do know, but I don't know. A musketeer? That was dumb. Anyway, I'm sure that Eddie probably actually knows that.
He said nobleman, question mark.
That could be it. It probably is true. Squire ball. Wait, what? One squire ball. Phil's saying I don't even know. What? Well, why'd you ask the question, Phil? Trying to trap people in these things. Did that on purpose. 28 peeps in the house, 27 likes. You guys are on point today. Thank you guys so very much. Please make sure to share it out. Hit the like button. Do not forget to jump on over. It's just a hop, skip, and a jump to head over to Mama Bear's. Hit the like button. Scare her. Yeah, no. Share it out. Don't scare her. Share it out. Hit the notification bell and make sure you're subscribed over there. If you will, please. I appreciate that. One nobleman's nad. Oh, Phil. Do you wake up in these modes, Phil? Is it just an automatic instantaneous as soon as you open your eyes? Or do you have to build yourself up to this? Let's see. Mama Bear's got 4 people over there. We got 28 here. You guys can do better. Go over and say hi. It never stops. It's like it never. I know. It's just ongoing. It doesn't turn off. Phil is a pit of. What was I going to say there? I just went brain dead for 3 seconds. Don't say a word, Mama Bear. Leave it alone. Useless information. There we go. A pit of useless information. Some of it's useful, though. Most of it is, I should say. But just random thoughts that'll come out of Phil, and just never know. All right, Miss Trish has her coffee. We're ready. Bachelor or master? Are you a master, Eddie? A master of what? It's relentless. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. Me getting more coffee turned into me making everyone's lunch. See? Stay away from that stuff there, Alicia. You know better. You know how that works. As soon as they see you, they grapple onto you. Mom. Good morning, Peaky. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you today. Uh-huh. Yes. Miss Alicia is a warrior, folks. I can't remember exactly how many kids she's got, but she's got a handful. And I'm telling you, she's a warrior. She handles all them and the husband and YouTube and the house and all of that. That's why I said 6. Yes, 6. There we go. See? She's a
I thought
warrior.
it was 6.
Yeah, she's a warrior, folks. And they're littles, too. They're not all grown. They're littles.
Yeah. It's got one teenager, I think.
Yes. If I remember, it's been, yeah. I had 7. And they were all in the same range. That was 20 years ago when I could actually move like that. And things are different now. But one grown, the grown ones have littles. Yeah. I didn't mean useless like that, Bill. I meant like random information that comes out of nowhere, not useless. I'm sorry. That sounded kind of rude. And you know, I'm not that way. So Eddie says in the Victorian era, male youth were referred to as master. Yes, that is true. I do know that. Stiggy and Mike, good after morning. Good after morning. Yes, whatever that meant. Good afternoon. There we go. Thank you for joining us, Siggy and Mike. It's good to see you guys. Hope you're having a great day. Let's see here. I love seeing all this green in here, that's for sure. There's hardly any that's not green.
That's
Miss
awesome,
Ann,
Stormy.
dude, what's Victoria Burgess? Good morning. What'd you say, Mom Bear?
I said, Stormy, that's awesome. She busted out the laptop. That way she can watch both channels at the same time.
See, that's very cool. I can do it over here too. I go back and forth between Mama Bears and mine too. How about that one? Yeah. I was a debater. I know there's something coming from this one. Here we go. I was a debater in school at one time. I was the best. Everyone said, "Watch out for Phil, the master debater." I knew. And Arctic's not even here. Jeez, I knew it. CZ's in the house. Good happy to you. Good morning and happy Saturday to you, CZ. Great to see you. I knew Phil was coming with that stuff. Alicia said, Phil, that does not shock me at all. And me neither. I agree, Alicia. I got excited and flooded Dago's DM this morning. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, we got some stuff to talk about. Faux show. Definitely. By the way, you're welcome, Phil. I didn't ignore your message. I just now saw it. So, this some very exciting stuff for the indigenous missing and indigenous natives period in general that we're going to look into. Very exciting stuff that has not there needed to have been some attention paid to this stuff long ago. So this is good stuff, and thank you, Miss Sherry, for sending me that stuff. Seriously, very exciting news. Thank you, Sunshine, for that. Again, everybody that's just now popping in, Mama Bear is live as well. The link is pinned in the chat if you want to pop over and say hi. Hit the like button, share it out, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. I would greatly appreciate that. So would she. All right, guys, let's see where we're going to start off at this morning. Let me see here. One moment here. Okay. Maybe if I get lucky. Hang on just a minute. Yeah. So first and foremost, my computer's not going to work, so that's not going to happen. Hold on.
Oh.
I don't even know where that came from. Let's try this again. There it goes. Trying to give me an advertisement instead. Nope. I showered them with knowledge. You're good, Phil. You are good. You're good. You gonna draw one of those crazy laughs out of me again today? I bet you could. Okay, so first and foremost, guys, we have an active Amber Alert. This was issued at 2:25 a.m. March 14th. I don't know of any changes to this at this point, but it's very important we check this out. This is out of South Dakota. The child description is Javion Bluebird, 1 year of age, Native American male, 2 foot tall, 2 foot 1 inches tall. I'm sorry, 25 pounds, brown eyes, black hair. Last seen wearing a gray nylon shirt, Pampers, diaper, and white crew socks. The suspect's description is Leilana sitting up. 29 years old, Native American female, 5 foot 3 inches tall, 120 pounds, brown eyes, brown hair worn in a ponytail, tattoo of no excuses, no regrets, inscript on the right side of neck. Wearing a black t-shirt with sweatpants. The suspect's vehicle was a white early 2000s Chevy Impala with a loud exhaust. The story behind found safe. Okay. Thank the Lord. Thank you, Miss Sherry. God bless. Thank God, because that's a beautiful little baby, and I would hope that nothing bad would happen there. For those of you that question some of these names, understand that Native American names are different than standard names. Javion Bluebird, Leilana sitting up, that's a natural thing that happens within the Native nations and stuff like that. So understand, because I've had people go, what the heck did he just say? It's natural, it's normal. So that's awesome, Sherry. God bless. Thank you for that. I always love seeing that kind of information. Always. Okay, so my understanding, Arctic is okay. You said Mama Bear?
Yes.
Doodlebug is okay. Her house is still standing.
Yes.
Everybody's good. We checked
Timber's
on
good.
Timber's good. Okay.
The Texans are good. Stormy, Tandy, Tomboy.
All right. So everybody's safe. That's
Wisdom's good.
that's most important.
I'm trying to think who else down there.
Yeah, and my wife's family is petrified because the entire state of Alabama is under a warning until tomorrow. And they live on top of, they're in Hayden. They live on top of a mountain, and it's when they get hit, oh boy, they're petrified. They've been told to evacuate as of last night, and hopefully they don't have nothing bad happen. So please, just keep anybody that could be going through this in your thoughts and prayers, please and thank you. No joke at all. Very serious situation. Okay, let's see. I know, like it's bad. The whole state, not just pieces of it. The whole state is under that same warning. I'm like, damn. Tandy said her and Tomboy are still standing. She's a nurse, has to stay in a hotel because she's afraid. I bet, 100%. Well, I hope she's okay. Her and her family, at least. I hope they're all okay. I hate this time of year. I really do. We're under a watch at this point, but could turn any time to something else. There's Miss Cassie. Hello. Chris says, I'm good. Good to hear. Popping in quick before I get ready for the day. Popping. Morning, Miss Cass. I know, it's very scary. That's how I didn't know. Brandy got a call last night, my wife. And it was her uncle, and he sounded like shaky on the phone. I'm like, what's going on with him? And he started talking. I went, oh. And I went back and looked it up, and it's bad. Pretty scary. I wasn't criticizing. I was explaining so that people would understand that it's natural for those names to be different than what you would normally see, so that people know that I'm not just saying something stupid. It's a normal. I think the names are very what's the word I'm trying to think of? They stand for things, and I don't know how to explain this, but they stand for something of importance, and they're very what is the damn word I'm trying to think of? Not monumental. I know you guys know what I'm trying to say, but anyway, definitely wasn't criticizing. I'm just saying, and I won't be boiling with the quarters. Just saying.
Yikes.
I've had people before when I ran posters make a comment like, "Is that the name?" And I said, "Yes, that's the real name." Lisa Joe, good morning. And that's why. There a lot of them are the names are attached to like nature and things like that. Is what I was trying to say. Sorry. Yep, there we go. Native American names are connected to the animals in the earth. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you, Sherry. And Miss Trish, they represent who we are, not just a name. There you go. Sorry, I couldn't explain it better. Good to see you, Lisa. All right. Well, hold on here. I don't know why that's showing there, but hold on. Let's see where I'm gonna go because I don't have. Oh yeah, I do. That's what I was doing. You guys threw me off again. Hold on.
Good morning, Lisa Joe.
I don't have too many of these to be able to put up, but we have enough. Let's see. Next, we have Virginia Rambus, missing out of Seattle, Washington. Last seen May 20th of 1985. 19 years old, 5'2", and 135 pounds at that time. Rambus was last seen leaving her Seattle, Washington apartment at approximately 8 p.m. on May 20th of 1985. She was en route to visit a coworker who lived in the same apartment complex, which was the 6800 block of South 123rd Street. They planned to go to a party in the Rainier Valley area. Rambus had never been heard from again, and Rambus's apartment complex back up, skipped the whole line. In 2011, authorities announced that they were interested in identifying a man who lived in Rambus's apartment complex and was known as the Candyman. He was subsequently identified as Jesse Pratt. He's currently serving a life term in an Oregon prison for the 1986 murder of another Seattle woman. He had a prior conviction for kidnapping his then-girlfriend in 1980. Rambus goes by her middle name, and if you have any information in regards to Miss Virginia Rambus and her whereabouts, please contact the King County Sheriff's Department at 206-296-4155. Case number is 8509-7654. If you by chance happen to see this, Miss Virginia, please reach out and let people know you are okay. Thank you. All right. Let's see here. You know, guys, I don't have too many. I have to pick up some more of these. I do want to put this one back out. I already covered this again the other day. I don't know how many of you guys saw this. AJ Sloan. The green bar is 40 years old, black hair, with a beard, hazel eyes, 5'11", 130 pounds. Greenbrier County Sheriff's Office is attempting to locate a missing 40-year-old male, AJ Sloan. Audie Carl Sloan Jr. was last seen on foot in Crichton, West Virginia on November 24th of 24. He hasn't been seen or heard from since. AJ has a tribal tattoo on his upper left arm. His family is extremely concerned for his safety and well-being. If you have any information on AJ's whereabouts, contact the Greenbrier County Sheriff's Office at 304-392-6320. Again, thank you guys. All right. Let me see here. I do have to pull some more of these. One moment here. One moment here. And again, guys, I'm going to ask you guys to hold everybody and anybody that has gone through this weather over the past 24 to 48 hours in your thoughts and prayers. They definitely need it. It's that time of year again, guys. Sadly, we go through this stuff all the time, and it's just not good. Bad weather stuff this time of year is horrible with the things it can cause. So, hold on here.
Have a good day, Cass.
Take care, Miss Cass. Jeez. Wow, guys. So this is where this is like by Doodle's house. And yeah. That'll tell you the damage that's been done where she's at. That's a car under there. You see all that down and wires and trees and all that stuff? That's crazy. Scary stuff. There's that tree broke in half right there. And the wires and all that. So yeah, this is going on everywhere. Yeah, I hope she's safe. Stay safe. Scary stuff. Like I said, anybody going through this, please be safe. Be careful. Power came back on for her at 7, so that's good. All right. One moment here. Like I said, I know down in Kentucky, they got hit pretty hard too. Give me one moment.
Do you see Tomboy's comment to you? You're muted.
Drive-by bird shot. Huh?
Can you see what the emoji is?
Oh. You're a funny girl, huh? Uh-huh. Welcome, Tomboy. Good to see you this morning. Jeez. What did I do? You guys are so mean to me. Yes, they're snapped right in half, Miss Sherry. Some scary stuff. Hang on just 1 minute.
Tomboy. Every time I come in now, I'm just going to say, the birds, the birds.
Yes. Roughly around that area, Eddie. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Miss Sherry.
Thank you.
We get closer to midnight tonight, and that's when we'll start to see the threat for some severe storms move into our western counties. And then we've got widespread severe weather expected on Saturday, including strong tornadoes, including the threat for some tornadoes that could be on the ground for quite some time as well. So how to make that plan. If you haven't done it yet, to just review your severe weather safety plan. This is a look at the map for tonight. At 10 o'clock at the very earliest, I really think it's going to be closer to midnight before we start to see some of those storms moving into our western counties. We've got an enhanced risk. And so any storms that do move into this area, the atmosphere is going to be primed. Some of those could produce a tornado or two. And then you'll notice the threat level does decrease during the overnight period as you start to go a little bit further to the east. Here's a look at our latest storm timing, though, heading into the overnight period. So from 11 o'clock tonight through about 7 a.m. this morning, Detroit and Sullivan, Fayette, Tuscaloosa, Samantha, Cottondale, Northport, down toward Ralph and Foster's and Forkland, Utah, along this stretch of the interstate here into parts of Greene and Hale counties. That is your timing. That is when, again, you've got to be prepared that if you are going to be sleeping, any warnings that are issued must wake you up so that you can act quickly. And then we go a little bit further east, midnight to 8 o'clock for Carbon Hill, Nauvoo, Jasper, Arley.
So, like I said, this is what's going on and going to be going on down there for anybody that's down there. Also, hold on. Swear to God, we just ended this season, I swear. You know what I mean? And here we are right back to it.
All right.
Crazy. Here we go. Hold on. I'm actually really scared for the people in Alabama. The entire state under a warning, just like kind of like, whoa. And anybody that's gone through this, it's an E5 that they're expecting, the biggest one you can get. So EF5. I'm sorry, I should have said that right. It's a little unnerving, especially for knowing that my wife's entire family's down there. So,
Right, Mikey, I would too.
I don't know, bro. It's maybe. See, even here, if you look at this right here, this is me. And this area, all of that is kind of flowing right over top of us right now, too. So, all that green right there is me. Anyway, I'm trying to show you something else that they had in Paducah, that area there. That's where Mom is from. Memphis, we know, is in Tennessee, in between Montgomery and Birmingham. Right, that's right where her family lives, Alicia and Hayden, and they're on top of a mountain. So it's like, oh shit. If it gets up there, if it doesn't stay down in the valley, they're done. I mean, it'll just wipe it off. If it stays down in the valley, they'll be okay, but it's still very unnerving. You know what I mean? So, yeah, this is some scary shit. And I know the hurricane does some damage for sure, but these tornadoes, oof. Just saying. Hold on, I'm trying to pull something up to show you guys from oh, that's where trying to give you a little insight into what actually went through and happened to Missouri, where Doodle is, and around her. That's the thing right there. I want to say that real quick before we go through. Alicia's up above me. She's still in one of these Northeast states, Michigan, if I remember right. Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. We get wrapped up in this mess a lot, and it's rough up here. But you can't really. You can somewhat predict it. Like with hurricanes, a lot of times they'll get a couple days a week, possibly even to prepare sometimes. Tornadoes, they just come like a freight train sometimes out of nowhere. It's kind of crazy. I mean, you get a warning to an extent, but if it's the middle of the night and something comes through, all you got, if you're sound asleep and you don't hear them sirens, you better hope you do. That's all I can say. Yeah, it rained here pretty hard last night too, but that's all. The winds didn't really hit us too much, but it was a bit windy. Not bad, but kind of like getting pantsed in school all of a sudden.
Mm.
Yeah, there you go, Mike. That's a good way to put it. Good way to put it. Yes, 100%. That's what these storms do. It's so strange. Like we got hit. We live in something called the Mahoning Valley here in Ohio, and it is a valley, and we're safe for the most part. A lot of times tornadoes will bounce over us, but if they don't and they do come down inside, we're screwed because it's like a pinball game. It just bounces around inside this valley and takes out everything it can until it bounces out, and then we're safe. So it's kind of like a a flip of the quarter, not boiled quarter, just a quarter. Heads or tails, you get lucky or you don't get lucky. So it's scary as hell. Yeah, Doodle's area got messed up bad. That's what this is what we're looking at now. This is around her. This isn't her exact area, but it's around her. That little picture I showed you earlier was her actual area, and it's bad, guys. It's bad. They lost power. You see these trees, and it just takes a tree that's like 200 years old, picks it up out of the ground and throws it like it's a toothpick. It's moved houses. We got hit here in 86. I know a lot of you guys have heard the story, but we got hit here in 86, and they found stuff. It pulled people out of their graves, folks. And they found caskets with deceased people in them in Pennsylvania, another state over. There was a house that was picked up off the foundation in Pennsylvania that we drove past because I'm right on the border of PA. That was picked off its foundation and sat down right in the middle of I-76, just sitting there like nothing happened. The windows weren't even broken. Figure that out. It's so articulate. It's weird how it works. We found a bicycle that was shoved through a tree like this, all the way through. The bike was sitting in the middle of the tree, in the middle of the bike. The front wheel was on the one side, the other wheel was on the outside. It was just shoved right through the tree like it was butter. It's crazy. I don't understand how the power of it works, but it does, and it's crazy. It's very dangerous. I live in the valley of Crow Mountain. I'm in town now. I'm sitting duck like this. Yo, you moved. That's right. Well, I hope you have a basement. That's the one thing I will say is a lot of the places in Bama don't have basements. They're on slabs. That is not fun because they don't have anywhere to go. They have shelters, but they're all full because they only have so many. But yeah, it's crazy. And like I said, they were finding caskets that had bodies in them from cemeteries in another state, and like had to try to mark who was who. The cemetery that was in Niles, where I was from, was completely ravaged, and they had to rebury everybody. It was just a horrible thing. We were heading to a skating rink that night, and my mother heard on the radio as me and my friend were in the car with her. We passed our local mall heading there, and just as we got there, she did a U-turn because they set the alarm off, and that skating rink was leveled. It was a pile of bricks, and that's where I was going that night. So that could have been a bad situation. Bad situation. So Zamboni, let's not do this. Zamboni fun fact, Dig. On my son's 21st birthday, we were at a hockey family. He grew up at local rinks. He lived to see the Zamboni. You're killing me, Phil. He just point and yell, the BB. Oh my God. So yes, it's a dangerous thing, you guys. It really is. We saw that one already. They were getting ready to go to. Let's see here. All right. Onward.
Did you see Wisdom said that Barb's okay too? I forget.
Yes. Yeah, because Barb is in Missouri as well. Thank you. It's beyond sad. And thank you, Wisdom, for that too. It's a bad time of year, guys. We start off in the spring with the tornadoes and everything like that. And we move through the summer into the hurricanes. It's just bad. It's scary because we have all of you guys are spread out all over the place. And, we worry about everybody, where they're at, where they're not. When we know that these storms are hitting and we know that somebody's in a specific area, we start flipping out, trying to make sure everybody's okay. It's a rough time of year between spring and fall. And it's not like this past year, SRB and Cassie kind of keep us in line with what's going on with the hurricanes and stuff like that. So they're kind of like our weather girls. But this past year, it went all the way into September.
Yeah, seems like
Maybe
it.
October, wasn't it? It was a long year with that stuff with the hurricanes. I remember we had,
Yeah.
what did we cover? 4 or 5 hurricanes that were just like boom, 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 one after another. Florida,
Sounds
Chimney
right.
Rock, in the Carolinas was horrible, and they're still rebuilding down there. Florida was bad. Tennessee, and we have family all over, all of you guys all over the place, and it's just like, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? It's just scary thought, all of it. It's really, really, really sad. There was a string of tornadoes that went from Midlothian to Garland Roulette, 26 million in damage. Yeah, that's I remember hearing about that. That's crazy. Yep, Arkansas got one. We got a few of them up here. It's a scary time of year. As soon as spring hits, usually we don't get hit too early here. It's usually right around May it starts, but it's starting early. So we're also getting warm weather this year earlier. So I'll tell you one thing. Hold on a minute here. Let me show you guys this here. This was the strongest tornado in recorded history that hit in 2011. This was scary. I'll be honest with you.
2011. Sirens are blaring across a small town in rural Mississippi as residents make their way to a local storm shelter. Cramming inside, the screams of the sirens begin to fade as a terrible roar gets louder and louder, drowning out the sounds of their panicked breaths as the ground begins to tremble. The strongest tornado in U.S. history has just entered their town. It's late April, and meteorologists at the Storm Prediction Center are scanning the atmosphere, looking for key ingredients needed for the formation of severe weather when they notice something concerning. A massive region of low pressure, called a trough, is moving across the United States. This giant, slow-moving trough is bringing with it a belt.
Yeah, this actually should have been classified. Alicia's absolutely on point. Should have been classified as what they would call an F6. They don't go. That doesn't really exist. It's not the way that the thing works, but it should have been. And so there's one that hit us here in 86 should have been too. But yes, this one here was actually the worst ever in recorded history, and it should have been classified as an F6. That's absolutely correct.
Belt of extremely fast-moving winds aloft, while at the same time drawing in inconceivable amounts of warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico, bringing together a dangerous combination of atmospheric conditions.
Yes, we did.
The
Phil.
mixture of warm, moist air with cold, dry air aloft is generating large amounts of atmospheric instability needed for thunderstorms called convective available potential energy, or CAPE. Additionally, the fast-moving southwesterly winds of the trough are overspreading a powerful, low-level jet of air rushing north, creating incredibly large amounts of both speed and directional wind shear needed to cause thunderstorms to begin rotating. Noting that all the ingredients for severe weather are now in place, the Storm Prediction Center issues a rare, high-risk outlook for severe weather, including a 30% outlook for strong tornadoes. By 1 a.m., a tornado outbreak was already underway across Mississippi and Alabama as unexpected lines of powerful thunderstorms called quasi-linear convective systems, or QLCS, moved across the area, spawning over 70 powerful tornadoes along with strong straight-line winds, causing widespread damage to infrastructure, while also leaving behind a dangerous thermal boundary draped across northern Alabama and Mississippi. As bad as things were, they were only going to get worse. As the sun begins to heat up the atmosphere on April 27th, meteorologists noticed that the storm system was even stronger than expected, prompting them to increase their outlook to an unbelievable 45% risk, noting, a major outbreak of intense, long track, and perhaps violent tornadoes is expected. However, none of them could have imagined the scale of what was about to take place. At 10:30 a.m., a cluster of storms erupts near Monroe, Louisiana, slowly gaining strength before merging together, organizing into a powerful
Don't worry, guys. We have more stuff we're talking about besides weather, but I just wanted to show this real quick and show this is amazing how crazy this was. But then we're going to move on to something else.
Hitting thunderstorm called a supercell, spinning faster and faster as the clouds began reaching towards the ground. Just after 3 p.m., an ominous-looking funnel hovers above.
Peggy Bryan was in the show last night. We did the Idaho 4 show. We did. I don't know if you were in there or not, ma'am. I didn't see you, but yeah, he was there last night. He's okay.
The ground, and within seconds reaches the surface. The newly formed tornado initially causes only weak damage as it tracks to the northeast, bringing down patches of trees and causing light damage to rural structures. However, just 1 minute later, the tornado rapidly intensifies, completely destroying a couple mobile homes and scattering the debris long distances. The strengthening tornado continues to cause intense damage to rural structures, flattening large swaths of forest as it races to the northeast at over 60 miles per hour. It's at this moment that multiple people begin recording the tornado for the first time as it approaches the small towns of Anchor and Dixieland. One of these residents, Jay Rogue, films the tornado as it approaches his location.
Look how big that is.
With the roar of the approaching tornado only getting louder, the family decides to move out of the tornado's way. When they return, there's little remaining of their home. After sweeping away many homes at EF3 strength, the tornado races off to the northeast, leaving behind a visible scar in the ground. But unbeknownst to those in its path, the true power of the monster had yet to be unleashed. At 3:19 p.m., the National Weather Service issues a strongly worded tornado warning as the now large and extremely dangerous tornado is approaching the small towns of Okolana, New Wren, Amory, and Smithville, Mississippi. After crossing County Road 159, the tornado abruptly begins showing signs of extreme intensification, badly debarking trees and completely leveling well-built homes down to their foundations, with some being completely swept away. The narrow but violent core of the rapidly expanding tornado became so...
Welcome, Cap. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you so very much. Hope you're having a great morning, sir.
So intense here that it even began to rip up the earth, creating a nearly mile-long swath of severe ground scouring despite moving at over 60 miles per hour. At this speed and size, this extreme damage is inflicted in less than 2 seconds. At the same moment, local resident Greg Lambert takes a photo of the tornado, revealing the monster wedge as it passes just to his north. 4 miles away on Highway 45 alternate, 55-year-old Lynn Davis is driving south in his white pickup truck on his way to help his friend Tim, who suffered damage from a tornado earlier that day. While on the phone with Tim, Lynn begins to notice something strange approaching over the trees and utters a chilling phrase. "That looks like a tornado," before the phone call suddenly ends. A semi-truck driver driving directly behind Lynn watches in horror as Lynn's vehicle is peeled off the roadway by the ferocious winds of the tornado. Soaring hundreds of feet into the air, Lynn and his truck begin to orbit around the violent winds of the twister, trapped inside the tornado's grip in a cruel balance of forces as it begins to close in on the small community of Chapel Grove. Crashing into the community at peak strength, the tornado inflicts incredible damage to several well-constructed brick homes, completely sweeping them off their foundations, causing intense vegetation damage and scouring the ground. As the tornado moves past town, however, it suddenly begins to weaken, breaking the delicate balance of forces that have trapped Lynn Davis and his truck mid-air, and suddenly, Lynn comes crashing back to Earth, sadly killing him on impact. Lynn Davis's truck had flown an unbelievable 1.7 miles through the air before finally landing near the foundation of one of the destroyed homes, the furthest distance a vehicle has ever been thrown by a tornado. Over the next 10 miles, the tornado destroys several homes near the town of New Wren before finally dissipating at 3:39 p.m. just north of the city of Amory, Mississippi, claiming the lives of 4 people. However, something far stronger was brewing. As the first tornado begins to weaken, the parent supercell continues to track to the northeast, drawing closer and closer to the dangerous thermal boundary left by storms earlier in the day. Near the boundary, Saturated air and backed winds will lower the storm's base closer to the ground and increase the already incredibly high low-level wind shear, turning an already historic atmosphere into what is possibly the most extreme tornadic environment ever recorded. If the supercell could tap into this environment, a tornado of unimaginable power would be released, and at 3:40 p.m., that's exactly what happened. Sirens begin to scream as the supercell merges with a smaller storm to its south, developing a new area of powerful rotation just to the north of the dissipating tornado.
And see, that's what happened to us here in 86. Good morning, Miss Bonnie. Good to see you, my dear. Wonderful to have you here. I hope you're feeling okay today. Great to see you, dear.
Hey, Bonnie.
What happened here in 86 is we had, they called it a supercell. It was an F3. And then another F3 hit the ground, and they did one of these deals and blended together, and it turned into what should have been an F6. They said it was monstrous. I can show you a picture of it behind our local mall at the time. I've never seen one that big until this. And it just was like it to see something strong enough to just peel bark off of a tree without taking the tree. It just peeled the bark off completely, like naked. The tree looked naked completely, all of the bark, and just passed the tree on.
Oh, wow.
That kind of strength is strange to me. It's just weird. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's crazy. But like I said, to put a bicycle through a tree, but the tree wasn't split or nothing. It's crazy to see that. And the bike, it's weird because the bike was a little bent up, but it was perfectly fine. But it was shoved through the tree. It's so weird, the power and the strength that these things have.
This is happening. Two amateur storm chasers, Camille Collins and Ashley Hurley, go outside to get a better look at the intensifying storm and begin recording the clouds.
Scary, scary stuff, guys.
Within just a few seconds, the two begin to notice a strange-looking cloud passing directly to their northwest that begins rotating incredibly quickly.
Sorry, I keep interrupting. It's just I keep thinking of these things. Arctic had what were those things called, Mama Bear?
Dust fire tornadoes.
Dust fire tornadoes down in Arkansas. I've never heard of that until he said that. I was like, what the hell? And it's dangerous stuff. I mean, it's crazy. So these things can erupt into different, variations of horrible storms, and it can do some really crazy damage. So don't piss off Mother Nature. Stop doing that, because that's what I think is wrong with her the past year or so. She's been very angry. Let's be nicer to her.
Moments later, a funnel lowers towards the ground. Hovering just above the surface, the tornado starts its life as a relatively weak vortex, doing little more than snapping trees as it moves along the Tombigbee waterway. But this weak phase is short-lived. The tornado's condensation funnel suddenly reaches the ground and explodes in intensity, drilling a narrow but incredibly intense swath of damage, removing several inches of grass and soil from the surface. At the same time, the now violent tornado crashes into a forest, flattening every single tree in its path, stripping them of their bark. It's at this moment, however, that something unexpected happens. As the tornado passes through the forest, its core suddenly collapses. Ripped apart by the intense wind shear, the tornado struggles, only inflicting minor damage to trees and low-lying vegetation as it races to the northeast. For a brief moment, it appears as if the residents in the storm's path have just dodged a bullet, avoiding the worst of the storm's wrath. However, this lapse in strength isn't going to last long. Just as fast as it weakened, the tornado strikes a delicate balance between the powerful wind shear trying to tear it apart and the unstoppable power of the storm's updraft trying to keep it together, and a tornadic core of incredible power crashes to earth. Instantly, all the trees and vegetation surrounding the vortex are flattened and debarked as the core accelerates from EF1 to EF5 intensity in less than 6 seconds. At the same time, the winds inside the vortex become so strong and the pressure drops so violently that the ground begins to literally explode outwards, digging a trench in the ground over a foot deep and 170 yards long. Unbelievably, the Due to the tornadic core's fast-forward speed and relatively small size, this incredible feat of damage is inflicted in less than half a second. Racing to the northeast at a brutal 63 miles per hour, the tornado begins to set its sights on the small town of Smithville, Mississippi. 3/4 of a mile to the northeast, Tim Nix, along with several others, are frantically descending down the opening of a storm shelter when they catch a glimpse of the whirling gray mass racing directly at them. With just seconds to spare, Tim takes a photo of the approaching tornado before closing the door to the shelter behind him. Rapidly expanding and growing stronger with every second that passes, the tornado impacts the intersection of Davis Road and Highway 25, deeply scouring the ground and completely sweeping away 2 mobile homes as well as a bed and breakfast, granulating the debris into tiny pieces and scattering what was left long distances downwind. 3 people are thrown into the air as their homes disintegrate around them, 2 of which, a mother and daughter, are thrown into a nearby culvert and miraculously survive despite major injuries. The third, however, thrown from the bed and breakfast, is sadly killed, becoming the first person to lose their life to the tornado. At the same location, 3 vehicles stood parked near the bed and breakfast, a large RV and 2 semi-trucks. As the core passes, all 3 vehicles soar into the air despite weighing tens of thousands of pounds each. Flying for hundreds of yards, the RV and one of the semi-trucks come crashing to earth, deeply embedding themselves into the ground as unrecognizable husks of scrap metal. The second semi-truck and one of its cargo of 5 65 steel pipes, however, disappears into the tornado and is never seen again, ripped to pieces by the violent winds. Half a mile to the northwest, employees working at the Glover Wilkins Lock and Dam begin to film what they are seeing.
There.
Look how big that is.
Man, that's just to the east of us.
Man, you ought to see this debris up in there.
The employees watch as the funnel morphs into a large wedge shape, moving incredibly quickly and centrifuging debris in all directions. The tornado has gone from a stout cone to a massive wedge in just 23 seconds. At the same time, 85-year-old Jesse Cox is sheltering in his home when the core overtakes him. The decades-old home is no match for the ferocious winds of the core and is completely swept away, with the debris granulated into tiny pieces, sadly resulting in the death of Jesse. The destruction had been so violent that the concrete foundation itself was lifted, chipped, and partially dislodged, along with completely shredding and debarking all vegetation nearby. Continuing to deeply scour the ground, the tornado begins to enter the main part of Smithville and encounters home after home, pulverizing each one in its path and claiming another life. Just ahead on Highway 25, Jimmy Cowley attempts to race ahead of the tornado in his truck, but realizes he isn't going to make it. Jimmy turns into a driveway as his windows implode around him. His vehicle is lifted into the air and tumbles as if it were made of plastic before crashing back onto the road. Miraculously, Jimmy survives despite receiving a severe laceration to his head from flying debris. However, many of those around him are not as fortunate. 3 more would lose their lives here as their homes are wiped away around them.
I'm not going to show this whole thing. I just wanted you guys to get an idea because it's a long video. But it's just insane, the damage. DARPA level, yeah. It's huge, folks. It's unbelievably it's just unreal. It's not something you can imagine being real until it happens. You know what I mean? I'll show you something here real fast, and then we're going to move on to another subject. But I just wanted to show we're at that time of year, and it's happening right now as we speak, where we're at now. So There's one photograph I wanted to show you guys. 1 second here. Actually, I'll just show you this. This is what I went through in 1986. It'll give you an idea real quick here, but we're not gonna. It's not very long. I probably won't do the whole thing. I just want you to see how bad it was here.
In Ohio, 16 people were killed. More are feared dead. In one town alone, 9 people died. Property damage is estimated at more than $4 million. Ann Rubenstein has the story from Niles, Ohio.
There may have been.
This is where I was, right here, Niles, Ohio. Okay, and this is where the skating rink was that I was going to, and it was just unbelievable.
2 funnels, there may have been 10. No one is sure, but one of them tore a path 3.5 miles across dozens of living rooms in Niles, Ohio. People lost everything and didn't have much warning. Mary Herlinger's home for 12 years is gone.
Well, this was my living room.
Down the street, the Jamesons were not hurt, but all they have left of a 3-bedroom home is a hole in the ground.
Everything got dark. We went down the basement steps. The next thing we knew, the lights were on, but the lights were on because the house was off of us. We heard it all. We just ripped right off the thing slowly, and we just looked up and everything was gone.
Several bodies were found last night, and the search for others is continuing. 4 people were killed in this area, which just a day ago was a small shopping center and a skating rink. Had the tornado hit just 40 minutes later, it would have been even more disastrous. The skating rink would have been open and crowded. It was free pass night, and they were expecting at least 300 young people here. The National Guard has been patrolling and came in after Ohio Governor Richard Celeste toured the area and declared 3 counties disaster areas. Cleanup of the community will take weeks, and it may take as long for the shock to wear off. The devastation was hard to believe.
I figured, the windows in the back of the house had blown out, but never expected this.
What did you think when you saw it?
A long time. And truly, some certain things are still being rebuilt. Yeah, right. Hey, SRB, good to see you. And Newton Falls as well was another place that was completely devastated. They completely wiped it off the map almost, and they're still rebuilding in Newton Falls.
Oh, God. I was just we were all hiding under the pool table, and I was just glad we were alive.
You'll never forget it, I know. It just roared like crazy, and then I felt dirt and everything falling on my head and back, and I looked up, and the whole upstairs was gone. Everything.
Oh, Nene! Officials here say it was the worst storm ever to pass through. Ann Rubenstein, NBC News, Niles, Ohio.
In the gritty, blue-collar work town of Wheatland, Pennsylvania, 6 were killed, 32 injured, and most of.
Now, this is where they found things. They found things from Niles, where I was at, here in Wheatland, Pennsylvania. Okay, they found pieces of houses. They found certain parts of, like I was explaining to you, caskets and things like that from a cemetery here. They found people's mail here at one point sometime. It was so crazy that the transfer of debris, you know what I mean? It's just nuts.
The town's south side blown away. The Ohio Street Hotel looked like a dollhouse. This used to be the Yurga Trucking Company. This was Sawhill Pike. This a house. This a neighboring apartment building. The tallest building in town, the 130-year-old Victorian Shenango Hotel, is no longer 3 stories tall. No longer a hotel. 2 died here. Its owners stared at the wreckage. Only the bar stools seemed undamaged.
Now, this is right near where I'm at now, Lordstown, but this is what it showed, what it looked like.
One who watched that tornado approach in Trumbull County was Jerry Dre. Like Ron Alfredo, the man from Texas, Dre took pictures of the storm with his home video camera, too. He later talked about what he saw.
Jerry Dre had decided to bring along his video camera to record his daughter's dance recital rehearsal. At the time of the tornadoes, he was sitting outside taking a break. Off in the distance, he saw a spherical cloud.
No, Cap, it was an F5 plus. They said it should have been an F6. It was huge. This little thing here is nothing. This combined with another, they said it was an F3 that combined with another F3 per se. And there's a photograph I was trying to find to show you guys behind our local mall. It's insane. It just to see the picture of how they got the width of this thing was just nuts, guys.
Clouds and decided to run in and get his camera.
They say the south.
I wasn't really scared because I've never seen one, and you don't realize the damage that one does. I know the other guy was holding the door open, so we could run in. We figured we were at the high school would be a safe place, but.
Wife Peggy was shocked when she'd heard what Jerry had done, because inside the school where she was, things weren't so calm.
We didn't know where the tornado was heading. I mean, we thought it was coming towards the school. So all the kids and the mothers and, we were all just running through the halls and we didn't know where to go. So we all went to the auditorium.
Jerry is pretty calm when he looks back on his decision to videotape the tornado, but would he do it again?
I think I'd be looking for a good place to crawl under.
First one I ever saw.
Trying to find if it shows when it gets bigger.
These tornadoes track.
Look at all the papers over there.
There.
That's a tornado. Yeah, leaves.
Yeah, but look, it's picking it up.
Okay.
That was the hail that we were getting too. Look how big that is. Hold on. If it'll play it. There it is. They were just like that big, golf ball size at least. Okay. And they were coming like crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll move my car out.
Look at this one.
Here, bring that up here. I used the manual zoom.
Go to the temperature up there, Ron. You don't have the sound on, do you?
Yeah, you have to have the sound on.
Show that it's 80 degrees.
Let me do the. It's still coming down. Okay. It's still coming down.
Oh, look it down there. Take down there. Look it. It's like snow.
Let them show what the temperature is. It's still coming down.
Well, that was.
Oh, here comes the tornado.
Huh?
See those papers flung? That is a tornado. Look at all the papers over there.
There.
That's a tornado. Yeah, leaves.
Yeah, but look, it's picking it up.
Go get Dale. Here comes the tornado. Sure is. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's fantastic. Look at all the papers. Get downstairs, boy. Get ready to run. Tell the girls to get downstairs. Tell them to get downstairs. Hurry up. Tell them to get downstairs.
Okay. Like I said, I don't want to keep going with this. I just wanted you guys to see what that happened here and how bad it was. So
Nobody used the hamburger buns? No, they're still sitting here. Both packs you bought.
I was hoping they would get used. I got them on sale because they weren't good.
Here it is. Here's the picture. Okay. This is the picture I wanted you guys to see. I've been trying to show you all morning. This is how big this was. Look at that. This is our mall over here to the right. This is like Niles, the downtown area of Niles. Look how big that is. And when my mother, like probably 20 minutes before that came around, we were on this road right here, heading to that roller rink that you just heard about. And she turned around and went back, and this rolled right around and hit everything in here and just destroyed it all. It's crazy. But it's monstrous. It is. And it just got bigger. That's when I said that's after those two had combined and became one. Is big. It is big. Yeah, it was big, guys. Very. If you look at the Hills department store and Denny's, all the signs here as compared to that, it's monstrous. It's something you can't imagine would ever actually happen, you know. So yeah, and it just kept going, and it went from through Newton Falls, Niles, into Pennsylvania, and it just kept going before it dissipated. It was crazy. That's the picture I was trying to show you guys. Well, that's new, but yeah, those are the people that passed away. 85. I don't know why I said 86. I'm sorry. May 31st of 86. 85. Yeah, insane. Anyway, on we go. Oh, yeah. Makes our dust devils look like plant. Yeah, right. Yeah, it was the biggest thing they said they've ever seen. Next to the Mississippi tornado. So anyway. Okay, guys. Sorry. That time of year. Onward to the next story. I don't know if you guys saw this.
Hello, Taylor.
Oh, there's Mama Bear. Hey, Taylor. Welcome, Horse TV. Good to see you. Hold on. I've been waiting a couple days to show this to you guys. Too much other stuff going on, but this is insane. This story is nuts. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen this already, but here we go.
Taylor said,
"Morning, new."
What's up?
Taylor said, she said death was called out, but I don't think that's what she meant was, or yeah, death. Sorry, was called out to evacuate a town of 700 last night
Due to fire.
Mm-hmm.
Where at? Where at, Taylor? Where you live? Yeah, I know she's in Oklahoma, but
I was at Oklahoma.
Yes. Good morning, Horse. Where are you going, Alicia? Or are you kidding? Oh, she's joking. Sorry. She said, hold on. Morning to you, sir. Okay, guys. This story here, like I said, this is insane. I know some of you, like I said, have probably seen this. For those of you that haven't, check this.
Questions about how the system failed a 32-year-old Connecticut man allegedly locked in his bedroom by his stepmother for 20 years with little food or water.
This is the worst treatment of humanity that I've ever witnessed.
Records show the man had been in school until age 11 and was eventually taken out. When he was in school, teachers say they could.
Good morning, Philip. Good to see you, sir. Was hospitalized with E. coli. Hi, Dago. Hey, Brandy. Missing you at the dialysis. Oh, Brandy. Honey. Bill said hello to you. He said he missed you at Dallas. Says he's been in the hospital with E. coli. Okay. Brandy said she hopes you get better soon, Phil, and she'll see you soon, hopefully.
Taylor said Valma, Oklahoma.
Wow, Taylor. I'll have to look that up too.
Same SRB. I keep seeing it too, but I haven't watched.
This one here we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is nuts, guys.
Tell he was hungry. His former principal says everyone was concerned with this child since he was 5 years old. You knew something was wrong. It was grossly wrong. The principal says he...
Now, I have a problem with this. Everybody knew something was wrong since this child was 5 years old. Nobody did anything over all these years, but you were concerned. That sounds good, Taylor. Thank you, dear. This is irritating as hell to me.
And school staff called the stepmom and the Connecticut Department of Children and Families, or DCF, at least 20 times, saying, "We knew it, we reported it," adding, "Not a damn thing was done." That's the tragedy of the whole thing. Police say they did 2 welfare checks on the home back in 2005, but there was no cause for alarm. And DCF says if claims are not substantiated, they're erased from the record after 5 years.
It's truly a horrifying, and it's beyond comprehension what occurred here.
The ordeal ending recently when police say the man set his own bedroom on fire to be rescued.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine that it's that bad that you have to catch your bedroom on fire to be able to be rescued from a situation like
Right.
this? This is insane,
From
you
your
guys.
mother, of all people.
Stepmother, but still, yeah.
Stepmother,
Of course.
yeah.
Of course. For 20 years?
Yikes.
This is insane. And the only way this man saw fit that he could get away to survive this was to put himself in danger of burning alive, possibly, and light his bedroom on fire, knowing that there's no way you can hide that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This
Have
is just
fun, Tomboy.
yes. Be safe out
careful.
there. Have a good time. Hi.
Long bear, I'm straight hair.
Very cool.
You have never seen me with straight hair.
I have not. It's beautiful.
It's very longer than it was because the curls just bounce it up.
Yep, they do.
If you wouldn't have cut your own bangs, it'd probably look better, but you did. Mm-hmm.
And I like
Maybe it was in her eyes.
Yeah, well, it looks like whatever. Anyway.
At least I did a good job. Why I came over here is because
There's my little heart. It's fun, Alicia. Yes. Thank you, SRB. All right, on we go. This is just I can't understand. I can't imagine I can't even think of the right word to say. How I can't. I don't have a word for it, but it'll come and eventually. But this is just nuts to me.
Weighed only 68 pounds. His stepmother, 56-year-old Kimberly Sullivan, faces assault, kidnapping, and other charges. Her lawyer denying the accusations, appearing to place blame on the man's biological father, who died last year.
My sense is, as this case unfolds, more will come out about the motivations for engaging in this type of behavior.
Investigators say the lock outside the bedroom door was reinforced as the boy grew into a man. The stepmom was released on $300,000 bail and is due back in court later this month. Andrea Fuji, ABC.
68 pounds.
Holy crap.
She weighs close to that. The little one you just saw here weighs close to that. Okay. I'm pretty sure she's just under, I think she's probably about 60 or 62 pounds. That's what she was last weighed in at.
Well,
She's
Alicia
8.
said her 9-year-old
Yeah.
weighs
Yeah.
68 pounds.
Junie's 8. Okay. She's going on 9. So this is a 20 some odd year old man.
20
Grown man.
Mm.
I mean, this just blew my mind. And when you feel that you have no other option except to set your house on fire so that somebody will find you. And like it said, when he became a man rather than a boy, they just kept reinforcing the lock on the door because he could eventually break that. You know what I mean? This is nuts, you guys, nuts.
Accusations out of Waterbury, Connecticut this week. A woman is accused of holding her stepson captive in her home for more than 20 years. Thank you for joining us. I'm Bridget Bjorlo. On Wednesday, March 12th, Waterbury police arrested 56-year-old Kimberly Sullivan after a nearly month-long investigation. Police say they began looking into her after a fire in her Blake Street home in mid-February. According to investigators, Sullivan's 32-year-old stepson told firefighters he set the fire on purpose because he, quote, wanted his freedom. He said he was held captive since he was 11 years old. The day after Sullivan's arrest, police held a news conference to share what they learned about this case. Fox 61's Kayla Cade has that story.
The Waterbury mayor and the chief of police both spoke at today's press conference, and they can both agree that this is a horrifying situation. And this man now has mental and health issues he has to heal from.
Unimaginable suffering over the course of 2 decades is just a reminder of the darkness that does exist in our world. Our hearts and our prayers go out to him.
A show of support from Mayor Paul Penarowski Jr. as he talked about the case of a 32-year-old man held in captivity. That man told police he was trapped in a house on Blake Street where his stepmother, Kimberly Sullivan, kept him locked up in a room. Police found out about this when firefighters responded to a fire at their house on February 17th. They said the stepson told firefighters he set the fire on purpose so he can gain freedom. Police noticed the state of the man's body, rotten teeth, dirty, and extremely emaciated.
Here's an adult that was 5'9" and 68 pounds. There's some apparent orthopedic issues. The room was very small.
32 years old at this point. I was wrong. He's 32 now. Okay.
Yeah.
32 years old, 5'9" and weighed 68 pounds. How do you even walk?
You couldn't.
That's what I'm saying. His mobility had to be null and void, or like almost gone. Okay. And obviously, like he said, no, he didn't. I mean, he was stuck in that house for 20 some odd years. All his muscles were atrophied. All of his everything.
Right, Alicia? His muscles are probably, there would be no muscles.
Yeah, they're all atrophied in that because he has no ability to do anything. You know what I mean? He was completely because of the malnourishment. There's no strength in his body whatsoever.
Right.
And
did they say where his dad was?
I think they're going to go. I think his dad died a year ago. They said, and she blamed it on the father, the biological father. But you had if he died a year ago, say you were afraid of this, you could have changed the situation when the man died.
Right.
But you didn't. So that tells me no, I don't believe that. And that's what I'm saying. Too critical. They kept him like that so he couldn't defend himself.
Because she's not a big woman, so.
No, not at all. Yeah, his feet. They just said not pediatric, but oh geez, Mama Bear, what's that word that?
Podiatrist.
Yeah, that's bad. So I'll shut up and let it play.
He was taken to the hospital for smoke inhalation. Police Chief Fernando Spagnolo said officers launched an investigation and they arrested Sullivan on Wednesday. In the arrest warrant, the man told police there was a lock on the outside of his bedroom door.
That room did have exterior locks on it and a number of different styles of exterior locks, as was explained during an interview with the victim throughout the years. It appeared that the locks increased in security levels as time progressed.
Spagnolo said this was a very controlling situation.
Information was very guarded on what was.
Also, from my understanding, the windows in that room were nailed shut and bolted, like with lag bolts. Lag bolted, shut, and closed. You couldn't. That's what I've read. I can't even process this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he basically was. It just is just as bad as that girl that was left to rot and became part of her couch. This is getting pretty close to that situation. The 3 kids that were found in the home that were left there alone for 5 years. Okay, what is going on in people's minds nowadays? I don't understand any of this shit. But yeah, This guy, I'm sure they could bring him back, but mental health, physical, there's going to be multiple health problems that he's going to have to deal with at 32 now. Mental health is not, I mean, this is a lot, you guys. So this man's going to have to go through so much to even get back to being remotely normal. Okay. It's unreal to me.
Was released and when he was able to see other members of the family and other members of the community.
The man said he couldn't find other ways to get help, such as by getting someone's attention through the window.
He was fearful that if he broke that storm window or tried to open it up, that there would be some retaliation.
The police report shows how he would drink from the toilet to stay hydrated, and it says he was starved and was forced to find food elsewhere, like school. Because of this, the Department of Children and Families were called to the home twice. The man told police he was forced to lie about his true living conditions. Police said DCF called them to do welfare checks in the past. Spagnuolo recalled one from 2005.
Officers went to the house. The house was clean. It was lived in. They spoke to the victim at that point in time, and there were no cause for any alarm or any conditions that existed that would have led officers to believe anything other than a normal childhood and a normal family existed.
Exactly, Sherry.
Police were called back in April, this time by the family who wanted to file a harassment complaint against the members of the school district.
Saying that they were continuously reporting them to DCF and felt that they were trying to get the family in trouble and have the family investigated. We have no further information about where that went, other than there was no proof provided by the family that there was any type of harassment that was occurring.
The man told investigators he was pulled from school in the 4th grade because of DCF. Mayor Penarewski said city leaders will make sure the systems are working in the future.
Do the checks. We can make sure that teachers, and administrators are looking out for children, notice some of the telltale signs.
Sullivan will face a judge on March 26. In Waterbury, Kayla Cade, Fox 61.
Thank you, Kayla. News of Sullivan's arrest and the story her stepson shared with firefighters took neighbors by surprise. Fox 61's Kay Pattyfoot spoke to some of those neighbors who said they never knew a boy lived there.
Neighbors in Waterbury were stunned to hear a man told police last month he was held captive at his own home on Blake Street in Waterbury.
I never in a million years would have thought that was happening across the street from me.
It's hurting me, just to see that little boy, just there and being hurt. God knows what they did to him,
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking.
Paula DePina says she used to live next door to the home where police say the man was held captive. She says she would see him in the windows and always thought something was off.
He was always upstairs on the second floor on the window, looking like a little ghost. Like he was pale, like white. And then I'm like, I don't know why maybe he doesn't like to come out. But I never thought anything was wrong.
DePina says after hearing about the allegations, she would have called 911 sooner. Kimberly Sullivan, the man's stepmother, was arrested Wednesday on a number of charges, including kidnapping in the 2nd degree and cruelty to persons. Her attorney, Ioannis Kaloidis, urges people not to jump to conclusions despite the allegations.
All we have right now are...
Don't jump to conclusions. What? What is there to jump to?
Right.
This is like the most inhumane thing I've ever heard of in my life.
Allegations. And yes, sometimes allegations look bad, but that's why we have a process. And that's why we have a defense. And we intend to mount one in this case. And we intend to push back on all the allegations that have been made against her.
According to the arrest warrant for Sullivan, the man details he was held captive, starved, and abused for the past 20 years. He told police investigators he was so hungry he would sometimes eat food out of the garbage at school. The warrant also details when he was a child, he was taken out of school after 2 DCF visits. He says a lock was put on his outside bedroom door. He got little to no sleep and went hungry, quote, all day, every day, my entire life.
They didn't even know he lived there, Critical. Nobody knew that he lived there.
Yeah.
The neighbors didn't. So, I mean, you would have to imagine, unless they saw him when he was younger and then never again, maybe thought he moved out or something. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's crazy to me.
Shay Baker, his current next door neighbor, remembers seeing him years ago.
I was just in the backyard playing and I looked up and saw a boy and I waved at him. He smiled and waved back and I hadn't seen him in the house or anywhere around since. So I just figured, like, was family visiting? Is it somebody that I made up? There was just no sign of him being there outside of that day.
Neighbors say they wish they could have done something sooner.
I've been out here, I don't know how many times with the dogs cutting grass. If he would have just tapped on the window and said, "Help me," I could have helped him.
Thanks, Kay. Kimberly Sullivan appeared in court on March 12th and was released on bond the following day. She and her attorney maintain her innocence and expect the case to go to trial. The case could be complicated, though, so Fox 61's Keith McGilvery sat down with attorney Ray Hassett to discuss how the legal system might handle the case.
You and I spoke on the phone yesterday, went through this court paperwork together. The details here are out of a horror movie. I should say that they are allegations. But when you read through this, what was your gut reaction?
So my gut reaction was the details are horrific.
They're allegations, yeah. Look at the man and you tell me.
Right.
What happened to him then, guys? Did he just stop growing? Come on. Like, I hate when they say things like that.
He just stopped eating.
I know legally they have to say allegedly.
Right.
Look at him, though, okay? I mean, his teeth are falling out. He weighs 68 pounds. Something happened to him. Yeah, so there's that.
It's an 11-page warrant. I think there may be some additional investigation that needs to be done, and we can talk a little bit about that. But I think for the most part, you don't see these types of cases in Connecticut involving younger people, children or young adults. You see it more with older people, and in particular when family members take advantage of seniors. So in this particular case, it's really bad. Let's talk about the charges for a minute. The charges are 5 different charges. They totality of the charges is about 50 years of exposure. That would send this defendant to jail theoretically if she was convicted of all of them for the rest of her natural life, and she'd be put in a 6x8 cell, which is a little bit larger.
Good. That's what she needs, to have the same thing done to her that they did to him, in my opinion. I'm sorry, because here's the thing. Whether you're scared or not of your spouse, you know what's right and wrong.
Yeah.
You could have done something to save this child at some point, somewhere down the line. You chose not to. That was your choice, period. So I don't want to hear the excuse that she feared for her life with this man or whatever. So no, I won't take that as an excuse.
Larger than the room in which this victim has alleged to have been held in for the past 20 years. As a result, we look at the charges, and the charges are kidnapping, cruelty to persons, and assault. And I can go through those with you, and basically they all fit the charges or the facts rather, as they've been alleged.
I don't want to be too disturbing over breakfast, but the allegations here as to when and if he was able to go to the bathroom. He says he was always hungry. There's so much to this. Mental capacity, you say, is going to be a conversation both involving the man involved here and his stepmother.
Sure. From a defense perspective, I think that one of the things we're going to look at is, did the victim have the mental capacity to make the representations and the allegations that he's made? We know that in the police report, there's a little bit of a history of him when he's younger. So there's a suggestion there that he may have some mental health issues. Although I think he presented to both the fire department and the police department in a very coherent manner. So that question needs to be decided by some experts. But more importantly, I think the defendant, Keith, what would cause or create a person to do something like this from a young child from age 11 for 20 years? Of course, then we get into what's the motive. The motive could be that she was looking for financial gain. Potentially, she was married to we believe the husband, her husband rather, was the father of the victim. Did he leave money to the child? Was she controlling the money? Was she getting benefits from the state or from the federal government? So it could be for financial reasons that she did this. That's something that needs to be investigated, I believe, a little bit further.
We know the biological dad last year. We also learned that this individual may have had siblings. What is the stepmother's defense as you see it?
Well, I'm not sure what her defense necessarily is going to be, other than it didn't happen, which is what her defense attorney has said, and that factually it's inaccurate. There is also the possibility that she may suffer from some mental incapacity herself. So that's something that the courts and her defense team will have to evaluate.
DCF, once again, in the spotlight. We learned through this. I listened to an interview with this man's elementary school principal who said at 5 years old, we knew there was a problem. In 5th grade, we knew there was a problem. The principal says, I called DCF. Here we are 20 years later. Are records kept? Is there liability for DCF? What happens on that front?
So from the statement that DCF made yesterday, they've indicated that their records don't exist anymore. And that's because allegations that were made involving this child were not substantiated. So they've eliminated, or by virtue of their policy, they've basically destroyed old records. That's not uncommon. It's a bit unusual that so many people were triggered back 20 years ago and provided information to DCF, and there wasn't an additional or a continual DCF investigation. Also, the educational system, he was pulled out of school. There's a little bit of a glitch in the law regarding, and especially 20 years ago, whether you had to report if you were homeschooling or you transferred to another school. So I think that the legislature is going to have to pick up on that and do some investigation themselves to determine whether we can restrict this in the future by having more regulation and more following through on people that transfer schools, especially young people that are in distress.
We are just starting to learn details behind this case. It is going to continue to unfold. We appreciate your insight this morning and hope you'll come back as we learn more.
My pleasure.
All right. Thanks, Ray.
The alleged victim says he suffered 2 decades of alleged abuse that, according to police, included starvation and neglect. One Connecticut lawmaker is questioning how something could have gone on so long without any intervention. Fox 61's Jamel Johnson spoke to the lawmaker and found out more from the Department of Children and Families.
This Waterbury home behind me was set on fire in February, but it wouldn't be until later when reports surfaced about a man being locked up inside the house for over 2 decades. The alleged abuse from his stepmother started much earlier than that, and that's why officials like Senator Jason Perillo are asking the question, how does this go on for so long? The accused kidnapper in question is 56-year-old Kimberly Sullivan, the stepmom of the man who escaped. Reports detail that since a child, the man was held captive, starved, and was subject to other forms of abuse. As a child, it said that he would go through trash to find food and also beg and steal foods and drinks at school. His behavior prompted the school to notify DCF. We reached out to DCF for comment. They sent us back a statement saying, quote, "The Department of Children and Families has looked extensively at our current and historical databases and to date have been unable to locate any records pertaining to this family nor any records connected to the names of others who have indicated they made reports to our department. In accordance with state regulation, it should also be noted that reports of neglect and abuse that have been investigated and not sustained are expunged 5 years after completion of the investigation."
The school administrators and the teachers did their job, right? They identified that there was a problem here and they suspected it was at home. Then the ball's in DCF's court to do their due diligence and make sure that the kid is safe.
And they dropped the ball. Surprise.
The big question is, what is DCF doing to make sure that they don't walk up to a house, feel that things are going okay, when in reality they're not?
In Waterbury, Jamel Johnson, Fox 61.
Thank you, Jamel. The abuse and neglect alleged in this case are extensive. Police say the victim's mental health is a primary concern. So what kind of mental health challenges does someone in this case face? Keith McGilvery sat down with Jessica Arnold from the Village here in Hartford to learn more.
I want to say right off the bat, A, these are allegations, and B, you do not know and you are not treating this individual, so we're going to be respectful of that. But big picture, folks are hearing the details of this story this week, and we are just collectively saying, what happened here? There is so much alleged trauma and neglect. Speak to trauma and the problems that it presents.
Yeah, so trauma can be very pervasive, especially when experienced in childhood. When someone grows up in an abuse or neglect, it really carries through their adulthood. It really creates attachment issues as an adult. It can become pervasive in having social issues, the inability to form romantic relationships or friendships. And it really prevents a person from, exploring the world, right? It really, it hurts their ability to see what else is out there and to really build a life for themselves when they've been, so secluded and socially isolated for so long.
The details here are so incredibly extreme. He was allegedly there for 20 years. He allegedly weighed 68 pounds. Speak to the scope of trauma and neglect that you see, because I suspect that the picture is different from everybody. You not necessarily have to be left alone for 20 years to experience trauma?
Absolutely, yeah. Trauma can come in all different forms, right? Abuse and neglect, two very different things. And so, we see all different types of abuse and neglect, whether it be left alone, whether it be verbal or physical abuse, whether it be someone who, a child left alone to essentially raise themselves, right? We see a wide range of abuse at the village.
We talk about kids getting the resources that they need when they experience something like this, but as somebody evolves into adulthood and they try to tackle their own trauma or insecurities or experiences of neglect, where do you even start with somebody who might come to you?
Yeah, that's a great question. When an adult comes in for treatment at the village, we really look to do, an assessment, an overall evaluation of what's going on for them, what they're experiencing, and kind of getting a very current snapshot of their needs, right? And then at the village, we offer a lot of trauma work, a lot of individual therapy using EMDR. It's a buzzword, right? And then we also offer groups, coping skills groups that are dialectical behavior therapy based. We also offer emotional management support.
Hey,
and then we
Murphy.
have a
Hey,
robust
Willie.
team of clinicians and case managers and recovery support specialists for those that may be, not only are they experiencing chronic mental health issues, but they're also experiencing substance misuse.
I have sat on this couch long enough, you have been in this industry long enough to know that there is somebody watching this morning who has experienced trauma or neglect and maybe a full-grown adult and has not said a word to anyone since it happened. Speak directly to that individual. What should she or he know this morning?
That you are cared for, that there are tons of people that are waiting for you to step into their office and talk about the hurt that you've experienced and begin the journey to heal. Because that is, it just takes one day and one person to connect with you, and they're waiting there, they're out there for you, they want to support you, and you just have to be brave enough to take that first step.
So let's make sure people have the resources that they need. If either they or someone they know needs love, needs love, yes,
support,
but also
anything.
needs support. They're watching this morning. They say,
Yes.
what do I do?
Yes.
What does somebody do?
Yes, well, you can give us a call at the village. We offer adult outpatient treatment. Our office is on Weathersfield Ave in Hartford, so you're more than welcome to join us there, come in person, or you can go to thevillage.org and get all the information that you need.
We are grateful for the work that you're doing. We already have contact information for the village on our website, fox61.com. I hope you'll stay in touch. This is a conversation that's just starting.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
We will continue to follow this difficult story and we'll bring you the very latest on Fox 61 Plus and fox61.com. For now, I'm Bridget Bjorlo. Thank you for joining us.
I'm sure this man is probably enjoying as much as he can. Believe it or not, he probably can't eat very much because of the situation, but I'm sure he's enjoying anything they're giving him.
Yeah, I was going to say, he'd probably have to have soft foods only.
Right here, I'm going to show you guys the principal's interview real quick, and then we're going to move on to the next story. This is just horrifying to me. I cannot.
Yeah,
I can't process this. This is crazy. You know what I mean?
Right.
In every other day, we're getting some new story that comes out that somebody has abused, neglected, whatever their children or somehow. This is a man now, but started 11 years old and then some. What did he do that caused them to do this? I wonder. In their mind, probably nothing would ever constitute this, but you know what I mean?
Right.
What started this? What was the actual beginning and why? It's my curiosity, but yeah, this is the interview with the principal real quick.
A kindergartner, and it was my first year as principal of Barnard Elementary School. And I just remember seeing this kid. He was just so tiny, much smaller than usual 5-year-olds, maybe a quarter of the size. I mean, it's absolutely tiny, and he had no color to his face, and he looked emaciated. He looked like he wasn't eating at all. And as time went on, and again, you're a new principal, so you're kind of getting the ropes of school. I would walk in the morning. Now, Barnard was an old elementary school built in 1898. It's used for adult ed now. And they had, the kids would come in the morning, and there was an old bathroom, boys' room downstairs, and they had the old type ceramic urinals, which were probably about 4 feet high, bigger than him. And I would walk in there in the morning, and he would be flushing the toilet, drinking the water coming out of the urinal as it's raining. I'm going, oh man, there's something wrong with this. And he would tell me he's thirsty. Then I'm thinking, well, maybe he's thirsty. He can't reach the fountain because the water fountain was too high. I don't know if I called the mother at that particular day, but then I would find him in the bathroom almost every morning, opening up his little lunch. He had a plastic lunchbox that kids use, and it was filthy, disgusting, with just old food and crust and everything else on it. And he would open it up. This is 8 o'clock in the morning, and he starts shoving all his lunch into his mouth. What the heck you're doing? Oh, I'm hungry. I said, didn't you have breakfast? No. Oh, what's going on here? And at this point, I would call his mother and I'd say, the kid's hungry. He's eating his food in the bathroom, this and that. Didn't get anywhere. He stopped doing that. Okay. And the year progresses, the teachers are all concerned. His kindergarten teachers, what's going on? He's always hungry, blah, blah, blah. As he
I
gets
agree,
to
Piglet.
first grade, the next year, when you go to lunch, we're getting reports from other kids that he's stealing their lunch. He's literally taking it while they're eating and eating their lunch. Now you're talking 6-year-olds now. Kids do stuff like that. So it's not that uncommon, but he was doing it constantly. So again, like Mr. Principal, I called the mother just to kind of say, hey, what's going on, this and that. Oh, I'll take care of it. No, this, not. He's eating. There should be no problem. Looking back, he probably got punished when he went home. So what I did was probably the worst possible thing for the kid. He wouldn't be stealing the food as much, but he was constantly hungry. These teachers, he had the teachers up to 4th grade. They were constantly bringing food in for the kid. And he was just ravenous, devouring it all the time. He'd tell us stories of, he had 2 biological sisters to the mother. And mother would order pizza, and he wouldn't get any of the pizza. And this kind of stuff kind of broke your heart. And over the years, from kindergarten to 4th grade, between myself, the school nurse, the parent liaison, the teachers, called DCF numerous times. If I'm saying 20, that's probably being conservative. And whether they investigate, you do the paperwork, you do the phone call, they do the investigation, they come back, we went to the house and nothing, that's that. You really weren't getting anywhere going through that agency. After 4th grade, he never went to 5th grade. And I'm not quite sure if he finished his 4th grade at Barnard School, but I definitely know he didn't show up for 5th grade. It was a small neighborhood school. It was maybe 250 kids. All the kids, the neighborhood, this and that. And so I would start asking the kids, hey, you see this and that? And I knew the kids who lived right next door. And I would ask them, and they would tell me, oh, yeah, we see him. He's in the window of the house waving out the window. I said, well, does he ever come out and play? Do you ever see him in the yard? No, we never see him in the yard. He never plays. He never comes out. I said, well, how long is he in the window for? Well, he's in the window for a little while, and then we see him the next day or the next day. So obviously.
Then if that was known, why weren't people sent to the house then at that point? If that was known then.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Okay, so he's not in school anymore. And now you're going to just let that be because he's no longer your problem? I don't like that. That's bullshit. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cap, we're going to look at that too, honestly. So yeah, again, even though you're mandated reporter, you asked the kids, did you see this? Have you seen that? So on and so forth. They give you an answer and you do nothing from that point on just because he's no longer at the school. I don't think so. Sorry. It's not even about being a mandated reporter. It's about being human. Okay. So that's bullshit to me. I'm sorry. If DCF didn't do anything, then go to the governor, attorney general, state legislation. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Go ahead, Mom Bear. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. I was just agreeing.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, this is insane. Absolutely insane.
See, I'm kind of concerned about that. I called the police at least 2 or 3 times, could be more, for wellness checks. And I gave statements in terms of there's something wrong. This kid, he's not coming to school. There's no reports of him going to school. Kids see him in the window. What's going on? I don't remember the police literally ever coming to the school to follow up on it, but I remember them saying, yeah, they went to the house, they saw the kid, they talked to the mother, everything's fine. And I would respond by saying, how is everything fine? He's not going to school. I mean, I specifically remember the police told me, well, the mother said she's enrolling him in Wolcott schools. And I remember actually contacting Wolcott schools. There's only 2 elementary schools there, explaining who I was. We're looking for this kid. What our concerns was there was no record of him going to Wolcott school. The 2 sisters went to, I want to say, St. Margaret's School, which is up off Highland Avenue, somewhere up there. I don't know if it's still in business, whatever. The 2 sisters, the twin sisters, went there. So we never had any communication with the 2 sisters, but they obviously went to a private parochial school, which was a pretty nice school in Waterbury, and he was at the public school. So we basically, after 4th grade, we lost the contact, other than me calling, and I think myself with the parents.
So the sisters went to a private school, which has to be paid for out of pocket. This kid's not even being fed.
Yep.
I want to know why. This is what I want to understand. And where are the sisters now? Did they not know this was going on? They're adults. Of course. Why didn't they say something? I mean, that, in my opinion, anybody that knew that this happened needs to be charged for this and for something.
Mm-hmm.
And that, right, Alicia, why is he so special that he had to be treated so bad? What did you do? Because he's a boy? Is it because he was a stepchild? What's the issue here? You know what I mean?
Right.
This is insane.
Parent liaison claims we went to the house when he was in 5th grade. It's more than likely we did, and I don't think anybody ever answered the door. I remember
Agreed,
walking
Alicia.
around the house looking, and even farther past that had to be 2004, 2005. And after that, I was telling you about the after-school programs I do. One of the programs at the time I was doing was at Chase Park House, which is on right on the street, the main street going on Sunnyside Avenue. And we'd finish the programs at Chase Park House, and I would just drive across the street, and I would look to see if I could see. I said, that's the house. I would tell my wife the story. I said, that's where he lived. I don't know where this kid is, but I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to see this story on Dateline sometime, without question. And that was not just my thought. It was everyone in the school who had any kind of contact with the school at all. It was inevitable that this kid, you can't just drop a 10-year-old off the face of the earth and he never shows up again. And it's like no one cared. No one cared enough to really follow up on it, other than me or somebody going up there and busting the door and pulling the kid out by his ear and saying, what the heck's going on here? Which I came to the point of wanting to do that sometimes and didn't, obviously. But everyone really was concerned with this child since he was 5 years old. You knew something was wrong. It was grossly wrong.
How does that work that the school is saying this child isn't in school? How is it possible that, like, he was never accounted for?
Yep.
It's just, that blows my mind.
I think it blows everybody's mind. And whether it was the police who went to the house, and I noticed on the article that it did mention the last report, there were 2 reports of wellness checks in 2004, 2005. They had to be the ones I made because that's when we left the school from 4th grade to 5th grade. He never showed up. And I knew something was amiss when he didn't show up at the other schools or the parochial school that the sisters were at. And it kind of fell off the face of the earth. That was it. I mean, how, you kind of go on with your life. Okay, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe he moved. Maybe he went with another. That was an excuse the mother did use once. He was moving with a relative, whether it was Wolcott or someone else, Florida. I kind of remember a story like that. Never verified. So that's where it ended up until today when I'm working in the after school program in Waterbury and my phone starts blowing up with messages like, what's going on? I never pick up my phone. I just happen to pick it up. And it's all these teachers contacting me saying, do you believe this? We all knew this was going to happen. So prior to you coming, we've been calling on the phone, talking to this one, talking to that one, and saying, oh yeah, we knew this was happening. This is not a surprise to anybody. Everybody knew one day that either the kid was going to show up dead or he was going to show up in a situation like the kids out in California, the 8 children living with the locked up in the house. We've read these stories before. It was something crazy like that.
And learning that allegedly he set fire to his own home to escape the situation he was in, I mean, what do you make of that, knowing the child yourself? I mean, not a child now, but having known.
I'm actually proud of him that he had the gumption to do. He was willing to die to get out of that situation. And the same feeling myself and everybody that was involved with him in the school were sick because it had to come to that. Because what else could we collectively as a school community do to kind of cry out to say, this kid needs help. Somebody needs to go in there and find this kid and do something. And that's the extreme. He's now a man. He's a man. He's 67 pounds, according to the thing. Still.
Okay. If I was a teacher, even if I wasn't a teacher, I would have went to this house every day, every single day until I got an answer or until something happened. Okay. You just don't give up at some point and say, okay, well, whatever. I would have physically went myself as a first responder, as a teacher, as anything, as a neighbor, as a person. If I knew this situation was going on, I would have done that myself until they either filed charges on me for harassment or the law enforcement did something at some point. Okay.
Yeah, and like CZ was saying, what happened with like the truancy laws?
Mm-hmm.
Why wasn't it, something done there?
I just think she slipped through, and I think, like he just said, maybe there was a point where she said that he went to live in Florida or something. She told him that he went to this Wolcott school. He checked into it. No. He looked into the parochial schools that the sisters went to. No. Okay, then at that point, you just let it go. I know, Karen, what he just said. I can't believe he just said, or will the kid up and end up dead or something. This is what I'm saying. There was a couple, two wellness checks between 04 and 06, I think he just said. That's it. It's 2025, you guys. Okay? This has been years. What happened to the rest of that time? Now, I don't know. I don't know. Something bugs me with this. Like a lot of people dropped the ball, and everybody failed this guy. Everybody did. Welcome back, Trish. Well, good. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. So, yeah, that's my opinion with this, at least.
Starving to death. For how many years for somebody to live like that when you know that was going on and you couldn't do anything about it?
That many years ago. And as someone, to what it seems like one of the only people that, if you were the last wellness check, one of the only and last people that seems to have tried to make that connection and reach out. Is there anything you want him to know? Anything you want to say?
I hope he remembers us. I mean, it was a long time ago, but I hope the student remembers the staff at Barnard School and how much they really loved him and tried to help him the much they can. And sorry, we couldn't do more because you went through more than any of us ever will go through in our lives. And I'm glad you're out of there and getting hopefully the help that you need, that you deserve. He was a good kid. The kid really never caused any other than taking people's food, but there was a reason for that. He was really a good kid. He wasn't a malicious kid. He wasn't a troublemaker. He remembers a decent student, considering everything he went through.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, just such a profound story. And it's really crazy to me just hearing this, how many attempts to law enforcement and
Seriously
folks made. I mean, you're the principal of the school. Who knows better than you that this kid is not showing up? I mean, that feels like it's a frustrating thing to even, like, I can't even comprehend what you felt. Like, are you, I'm not making this up. We were just talking about, I mean, it's kind of insane that just to hear, like, what were you sort of feeling as an administrator? You have responsibility to make these calls. You're making these calls. You went to the house. I mean, were you kind of like, what else can I do?
Right. Well, I want to make a point that it wasn't just me. It was the school nurse over and over again, making calls to the mother, trying to get doctors involved with it, because we knew this kid was not healthy, not getting anywhere. It was the parent liaison. It was the teachers. I can remember almost every teacher from kindergarten, first, second, third grade being in my office with me calling DCF together. So, and it wasn't just
I agree,
once a
CZ.
year. It was numerous times a year. And even after he left the school, we were still calling. We were still concerned about it, which brings me to the point was by the time he was going to fifth grade, it was probably around 2005.
No worries, Alicia. Be safe.
The laws are different in school attendance. You could just simply withdraw your child from school, and you didn't even have to make a plan for homeschooling. It was a very lax system. And a lot of parents would just say, oh, I'm homeschooling them. And that was it. And at one point, the parents had to provide a portfolio to the principal. Here's what they're doing. Very few ever did it. And it was never mandated in terms of, they never pressed the case on it. Where is it? So, you know.
Maybe if it was today,
yeah,
and this was a 6-year-old, this wouldn't be able to happen. Is that
No.
kind of the thinking?
If DCF's involved, anything's possible. And I'm giving this experience with this young student, but in my 35 years, 14 as administrator, DCF dropped the ball 99% of the time. It's just the reality of the agency. I know every year they say they're changing, they're going to make corrections. I don't believe it. It's just, and this is a prime example. This is an absolute, I don't know how far they got involved.
Welcome
One of the
back,
kids
Stormy.
got out of the system. There's probably no record of them. I'm interested to see when they do an investigation, what the DCF records, if they could find the records of the number of times that were called for, well, not just wellness checks, for concerns about it.
So you would say between you and your other, teachers, dozens of times.
Easy, absolutely easy.
Wow.
And just calling the mother, she always had a song and dance. There was a typical, and when you start seeing these other stories of these tragics where kids are.
By the way, real quick, we need to try to work on getting Bonnie into the Discord. If she's not, I don't, she's
Okay.
not, so that we can do the music thing with her in there as well. Okay. I just remembered that. I'm sorry I interrupted for that, but before I forget again, I just wanted to make sure that we could try to work on getting Bonnie in there.
Okay.
Prisoners are in their own house. It's so similar to Sawyer here. Oh, they're fine. I took care of them. They had all the food they needed. The same song and dance I just read in the newspaper from the mother.
Yep.
It's frighteningly similar.
And going forward, what's your hope for this student who I can't emphasize enough that you were probably one of the only people that knew. I mean, I doubt he socialized other than school. Like, you knew him. Like, I just can't get and not many people did. It's just really.
A lot of the kids in the neighborhood knew him. I mean, if you go, well, they're not kids anymore. No. They're grown adults. He's 35. Yeah. So I don't even know how many of the kids that were from that neighborhood are still living in that neighborhood. It's a pretty stable neighborhood. Yeah. It's one generation after another is still living there. If you talk to the kids, they all knew him. They would give their lunch to him when they knew he was really, really hungry. And they were all friendly with him. He wasn't like, he didn't have any friends. It was, so what's my hope? He's a man now. Is the harm irreparable at this point? I mean, mentally, how could you survive something like that? He obviously did. And he went to the extreme what he did to try to get out. So I just pray and wish him the best, whatever his life could be after this.
It's such an act of, it must have been so scary, but it feels like a real act of bravery from him. I mean, I can't imagine what that felt like. And it's really sad for me to think about if this is all true, that he was there for 20 years. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
Anything else you're thinking of?
I mean, this is like 30 years?
Yeah.
30
Yeah. It's 30, 2002, 2025. We're talking 23 years. Yeah.
23 years. So 23 years, you've been basically, this has been on your mind. And now today, he's finally like,
he's free.
Like, you must be elated.
Bittersweet. It's angry more than anything else. And I think.
And then this is what I was wondering right here. Bonnie made a statement a little while back that said when she was out, his dad let him stay out of his room longer. It sounds like it was her. Okay. And I have to wonder if he possibly was, well, I know he was because she was his stepmother. He was a child from another relationship the father had. The two girls were with, you know what I'm saying? Which is why they were treated the way they were treated and he wasn't. So yes, in my opinion, I agree with Bonnie. It was her. It was not him. So father dies and she just continues on with what she's doing, so on and so forth. He was treated like garbage, but her girls were treated just like they should have been, in my opinion. And that's the problem.
I think that's the same feeling I'm getting from all my colleagues that I work with. It's more anger because you knew it, we knew it, we reported it, not a damn thing was done. That's the tragedy of the whole thing. Yeah, you're elated because the kid's finally free. He's not a kid, he's a man. He's a little 67-pound man. Just try to imagine that. How could you even imagine that? So he has a lot of healing to do, and hopefully he can get the help that he needs.
So a rush of emotions must have been coming over you then today.
everything.
As I said before, when I'm in the classroom today doing this lesson and my phone's pinging, and I go over and I look and I just see the headline. They say, "Tom, you remember this kid?" And I just screamed. I'm in the middle of a group of 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders doing a lesson, and I screamed. And they all looked at me like, "What's going on?" I said, "Oh no, there's some information." I shared it with the teacher that was in the classroom with me, but they knew from my reaction, viscerally, that something hit this guy really hard, and it did. It was.
Did you ever think you would see the culmination of this student's story?
I honestly expected to find him dead. As I said, a story on Dateline. That's what I always expected, and so did everybody else. You don't disappear off the face of the earth at 10 years old.
And remind me, the school was 5th grade, the last elementary year?
Yeah, it was kindergarten to 5th grade
Okay,
at
so
the time.
after he didn't show up to 5th grade, he's in middle school
Yeah,
hands.
right. But there was no record. I would check, with the middle school.
You guys are right. And hey, Lost Faith, wonderful to see you. Love your avatar. I wonder how long the dad was in a wheelchair. Good point. Now, backing up from that point right there, Stormy said to Murky, correct, that should probably investigate the father's death. That's something I was just thinking of to you guys. That if this woman had control of the child, probably the father's health as well, things like that. What did he die from? That's something that needs to be looked at too. And I truly feel at this point, and I don't want to hear excuses from anybody on this one, not you guys, but the news or whatever. The sisters are 100% accountable for this because they could have said something when they moved out of the home, period. That's all there was to it. If they were fearful of anything, great. You moved out. You're living your own life now. Go to the police and say, "Hey, my brother has been locked in this room for 20 some odd years. You need to do something," period. They didn't. So what does that say to me? No, you're just as accountable. This guy here, I'll give him what he's saying. He did try at some point, but why'd you stop? You don't stop trying. You don't give up. That's what I don't understand. So I thought that the other day his death should be 100%, Trish. I agree. They definitely need to look into that. And that's the thing right there. She had the money to bail herself out. It was what, $300,000? So she had to come up with $30,000. I think 10%, right? So
right, 10%.
How'd you do that? How'd you do that? All that money you saved not feeding this child. That's how you did that, you creep. Jesus. So yeah, the sisters 100% accountable in my opinion. DCF, whatever the hell they're called, they dropped the ball so long ago. Absolutely accountable. I just don't get it. Well, I agree with you, Stormy, because that woman that left her 3 kids in the home for 5 years, hers was what, up over some $3 million or something. I don't think people like this should get bail. That's my opinion, but it is what it is. I think we may be getting smoke from those fires here in Michigan. Oh, wow. Thank you, Stormy. Yeah, it was $250 million for that woman. This is just the same scenario to me, if not worse. It should be. Every state's different, but whatever. You don't deserve bail, in my opinion. You need to be locked in a room for the next, I don't know, 25 years and see how you feel.
Peter Middle School is Westside Middle School. No thing. None of the Waterbury schools had him as registered as a student. So he wasn't going to school. And I think the story the mom gave is she's homeschooling him. I think that's the story she gave to the police. And that was enough to say, okay, the mom said he's okay. He's standing next to me. He's okay. He looks okay. But I mean, Ray Charles could tell you he's not okay. I mean, that's how bad it was.
I mean, it's hard for me to wrap my head around the fact that he's 57 pounds as a 32-year-old and not trying to sound biased, but I don't know how police and DCF could look at a child.
He wasn't 30 pounds as a 4th grader. He wasn't 30 pounds.
I'm confused on what got lost in translation there. Well, thank you so much. Anything else you're looking at?
No, probably after you leave, I'll probably think about 20 other episodes that kind of happened over the course of it. I did get in touch with his 3rd grade teachers, and I said, if you want me to share your name, you want to give information, they don't mind. Even the school nurse, who was really actively involved in the medical issues with him, the DCF issues with him.
Would you like to see him again?
That's a tough one. I don't know. I don't know. I probably have it wouldn't be good.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't be good to see him like that. And
it'd be hard.
It weighs on your head. Like you could have done, and everyone feels that way that was involved with him. What more could we have done?
Yeah, finish saying that. You could have done something. That's what you need to say to yourself every day now from here on out. You could have done something.
What could we have done to prevent it? But
Well, oh, sorry. So there's a little bit of guilt. It sounds like you.
Oh, without question. That was the scream in the classroom today. That was the scream. Like, oh my, I knew it. I knew it.
So disgusting to me. So disgusting. Yes, exactly, Jody. Give her a pitcher of water, warm water, a loaf of bread once a week, and leave her in that room. That's what you do. Let her figure out how to survive on it. That's my feelings on that. Truly, I'm so sick of seeing these people do this to people, kids, human beings. Period. Just it's disgusting to me.
Oh, there's trouble. Hey, Sarge.
What's up, Sarge? Good to see you, brother. Mind you, his room, the size of his room that he was in for 20 plus years was 8 by 9. I hope there's a bed in there at least, but 8 by 9, you got a bed and maybe a dresser.
8 by 9 room? Good Lord. My closet's bigger than that.
My bathroom's bigger than that too. I was going to say, like, that's Jesus. Oh my God. Well, listen, thank God he got out first and foremost, and it's sad the way he had to do it, but he did. I can't believe these things happen, you guys. Every day we see more of this, more and more and more and more of this, and it blows my mind. I going back to something Doodle said almost a year ago. I believe in the eye for an eye situation with certain stuff. This is one. This is one of them. Anything that somebody does to a child to hurt a child, yes, eye for an eye. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. All right, so hold on.
Well, Faith, they're supposed to, but apparently
What'd you
some
say?
slip through the cracks.
I don't know much about homeschooling, but don't the state keep yeah, they're supposed to. I think they're supposed to. I mean, you have homeschooled kids, Mama Bear. How does that work?
Hold on one second. Okay, sorry about that. So mine are online, so they still get accounted. But when it's homeschooling, it's completely different. And I think you have to check in with like the health department with your state. If I remember right, when I was learning the difference between homeschooling and online schooling. But yeah, I mean, it still needs to be. In Michigan, there are no checks and balances for homeschooled kids, and they are not checked on. Oh, wow. Yeah, Alicia, mine, that was one of the things when they started the online schooling. They said that they would have to go to do the state testing, and they have to do it in person. So I guess it just is state by state. I don't know.
It's very sad. Now I know when we had talked about at one point we were gonna homeschool Caden, but chose to go against it based on what his doctor said. But that we were gonna have to report with the school, the local school district, and hold on. And there would be regular state testing, this, that, and everything else. So yeah, that was part of that. But like I said, we chose not to because his doctor said that he needed more social interaction. So that's why we did. We didn't. But some people are just bad people. I would less worry about where they're schooled and more on who's to. Well, yeah, the course starts. But we're just talking about the schooling because if that wasn't reported, then, if it's supposed to have been reported, somebody would have known this was going on way longer or way before. Sorry. So that's all. But yeah, agreed. That's another big thing too, is who's doing the schooling. That's a good point.
Yes.
And, obviously somebody that's homeschooling their kids or not homeschooling their kids, you don't want them doing that too. So yeah, I get it. 1 second here.
Oh, wow, Trish. Yeah, we pulled all 3 of ours out, and they're all in online school. I'm not teaching them because they won't learn anything. So
Somebody sent me this footage, well, email with this in it, and I'm trying to work some different things into this crazy news, weird stuff, so on and so forth. This is a little wild to me. It's called The House of Forgotten Children, found footage. Now, I don't know if this is real or not, but I don't know. It's like 15 minutes real quick here. I'll show you guys, and you give me your thought, I guess.
that's a good point, Bonnie. I didn't think about that.
Well, did that happen, or did they let him out to use the bathroom? I don't know. Bonnie, did you see Miss Sherry sent you a message in here and said to send her an email so that we can get you into the Discord so that we can do the music thing with you? Today's steak day, Sarge? Of course it is. Every day's steak day.
Exactly, Stormy.
I can teach you about life, but actual schooling, my kids would fail. Oh, yeah. Especially with math. Good God, forget that. Anyway, let's see what this is real quick and keep going.
And this thing is on. Ella. Ella. Come on, sweetie. Come on over here. Hey. You want to open one of your presents?
Sure what this is.
Well, how about the big one?
Yeah. Oh, that big one.
Okay. It's Thursday, March 18, 1999. This is, of course, Peter Whitehead. And this is entry number 15. I just come back from...
Okay, this is the disclaimer on this. The following VHS tape contains a disturbing account from Peter Whitehead. His investigation into missing children was documented on camera. This piece of found footage shows his search of a house he believed to be the last known whereabouts of these forgotten children. This is being shown as part of Play's ongoing investigation into materials found in an abandoned residence. Okay, that explains why somebody sent this to me.
Talking with the detective at the station, and we've had to reallocate resources to...
So I guess these kids went missing at some point. This guy starts investigating it, probably as a PI, films this, and then found something else. Whoever sent this to me, I thank you. Interesting. Candy Girl, welcome. Candy Girl, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us again.
Focus on more pressing matters. I don't know. Guess that's their way of telling me they're just not interested anymore. Maybe that's not fair.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
I'm following a tip provided by a former community member I spoke to. So, I'm outside what appears to be a residential building downtown. I think this is where they kept them. I'm going to go in and poke around. I don't know what else to do. Jules, I'll never let her go. So I've been around the house a few times. It definitely looks like no one's been here in a while. Certainly no one's come and gone in the few hours I've been out the front. Yeah, this place is definitely not in good shape, so let's see if we can pick an easy entry. Oh, shit. Hello? Hello? The goddamn noise and a chime? Did I knock that? Hello?
This is an abandoned house, supposedly, but
Stop that from moving around.
whoever sent this, I don't know who. It doesn't.
Pretty sure there's no.
Seems like this is something you should be showing tonight.
I'm
Yeah, I
hoping that somebody left something here that gives me a pointer. Something. Got a post. Okay, there's not much else around here. A doll and. Wait, Jules, wait. I think this could be something. There's tapes here, and I think they're more. I'm gonna catch you. You better run away. I'm coming to get you. Keep going. Run away. Okay. Bathroom here. Mess. Hello? Hello? I can't see anyone. I'm not sure. Huh. Well, that's definitely locked, so maybe it was outside. Anyway, debris and paint on the walls all over the place. Yeah. It's incredible. This has been lying under. Oh, what the hell? Seriously? Okay. Look at this. Look at the state of this. Somebody really thought this would work? Come on. Come out of there. Look. Stupid fucking mannequin, for God's sakes. Look at it. Oh. Uh-oh. It's gone. Back. So much for being
Dude, this
told.
is weird.
Guess somebody thought that was a.
This is very weird, which is, I'm sure, is why it was sent to me, but trying to scan through here and see if it shows any. Oh, see, I think this is something that was maybe made up. See the tall, slender man looking thing, and then, yeah, guys, I don't know about all this. I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Jules, you see this?
I don't know that this is real, is what I'm saying.
Right.
There were children here. She was here, Jules. I knew it.
Who is he talking to?
I knew it.
He's got somebody with him, I think, or he's talking to the camera.
Hello? Okay, that was fucking locked. That was fucking locked. You saw that right then, Jules. That was locked. Shit. Okay. Here. Yeah.
Yeah, this is slated more for like the Saturday night stuff we do.
Dirt
But
cellar, really. There. Oh, what the fuck? God damn it. Who's there? Where are you? Where are you? Who are you?
That's what I thought. Okay. Anyway, thank you guys. Or whoever. Yeah, thank you for sending that to me. This is not what I thought it was. It wasn't listed this way, but okay. Maybe we'll go back and watch that on a Saturday night, but that's not. No. Anyway, it is a little creepy. I'll say that much for sure. Okay. The way it was read was that it was about children that went missing and so on and so forth. So I thought it was something that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll save it. Let's see here. What else did I have in here for y'all? Where are we at now? 247. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of those. I've been getting a few of these sent to me because of the Saturdays now. Found footage stuff and things like that, which are kind of cool.
Murky said check email, 911 call, and body cam sent.
Okay. Hold on. Aha. Thank you, Murky. Okay, so this is the 911 call from this situation. Interesting. Thanks, Murky.
2 Blake Street. What's the address? Please hurry. It's 2 Blake Street. There's a fire. Okay. Oh my God. There's a fire. I'm trying. Ma'am, what's 2 Blake Street? The TV. I don't know. My son, his stepson is in his room, and I don't know. He did something with the TV. I was sleeping. I fell asleep.
See flames or smoke?
Yes, come on, Steph, come on.
Okay, can you get?
Yes, we need an ambulance, please.
Okay,
please, we need an ambulance.
Ma'am, all right, you said something's on fire and now you need an ambulance. What's going on there?
Yes.
All right, real quick. The guy's name was Peter Whitehead, supposedly looking for these missing children. We'll go back to that at another time. It's just not slated for what we're doing right now, but it is definitely something I'm interested in. Whether it's real or not, it's definitely a real thing to look into for sure. So it didn't give any names, Stormy. That's a problem. That's why I wasn't sure about it.
His room, the TV in his room.
Did he get injured? Is he on fire?
Yes, he's injured. Please send the ambulance.
Ma'am, I'm going to send the ambulance. I need to know what's going on and why they're going out there. Where is he injured?
I don't know. He's kind of. I don't know. I don't know. He's kind of passed out. He's out of it. Please.
Okay, what's your phone number, just in case we need to give you a call back? Okay, is the fire out, ma'am?
No, it's not. Please. I'm trying to.
I understand, ma'am. I'm trying to get information on what's going on there.
Oh my God! It's like all the power in the house is out. I don't know if it blew a fuse.
Okay, ma'am. Just get out of the house, okay?
Yes, I'm gonna call my daughter.
All right.
Oh my God.
All right, that was the 911 call, and I guess I have the body cam too for that. Hold on. Thanks again, Murky, very much. Appreciated.
Make sure you throw up a trigger warning if they show him.
I'm going to do it anyway. Just because.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
And that's just in case, you guys. We never know.
Come over here. Go down the road. Come on. Come down. Come down.
Come on, down.
Who else is in the house? Who else is in here?
My stepson is in here.
How many other
help
people?
him out.
Listen,
That's it. I have 2 cats.
Everybody's out?
Yeah.
But your stepson's still inside?
Yeah, he's right here.
Okay,
Yes,
come out.
he's in
Come
the-
down the road. Come on. Come on. It's not safe to stay here. Come on.
All right, here he is. All right, my dog is shaking.
I know. Come down here. That's true. 87 code 3 victim. Fire victim.
Okay.
Come on.
My
87's
dog
right
is.
here.
I
Come
know
on.
my dog.
I know. Come on.
I'm coming.
You're seeing it. Got one victim right here. He just stay over here. Yeah.
That wasn't
Well,
very
that's
long.
it. No, it wasn't. I was looking to see if there was more. That's why it took me so long, but okay. Hold on a minute. Give me one moment here. Get to the next bit of info. I was going to show you guys. Okay, so I went looking, like I said, I was trying to find different things to add for the morning show, different types of segments and stuff like that. And I found this one. I thought this was kind of interesting just to see it. Incredible moments caught on camera. Some of the stuff that they have on those things are absolutely insane to me. So I'm going to show you guys this here, and then we're going to move on. Because we got one or two other things. And then, of course, we cannot forget that we're going to be jumping into the new episode of The Burning Bush today, guys. So I don't like running nothing but bad news on here. So sounds great, Alicia. Anything. Throw it my direction, please. Yes. First responders also stated that she was so concerned about her dog when they were there. I mean, she didn't sound like she was concerned about the stepson whatsoever. Truly, at least in my opinion. That's my feelings on it.
Hello, everyone. Fisherman in Peru accidentally crossed into someone else's territory.
Can you imagine being in the middle of that?
They're not in trouble because I mean it's not like there's a bunch of people around here, or you're gonna get some Yellowstone situation where somebody's gonna come up and those people are so dumb. This is pretty. I had one of my in-laws up here last week. And she just
Whoa. Flying ship.
Perhaps the scariest consequence of this hurricane was the smell. The Scots are used to the wind, but
wouldn't want to be
this
on the ground when that
incident
starts
shocked even
spraying.
then.
Внимание, прыжок. Ready, set, go.
Oh, Granny.
Oh. Where'd she go?
They just didn't show her bounce back up, I guess.
That's freaky.
He just wanted to show Grady could do it.
Scared the
too.
hell out of me for a minute. Like, where'd she go? Really, dude? You had to take that, like the highest point you feel to just go fishing? Hell no. Nope. Sorry, no. No way. Yeah, I'm trying to bring some different stuff into the morning
Even
show.
below the surface, it can be
To break up the,
surprisingly
it's
windy.
always bad news, bad this, bad that. So just trying to break it up a little bit.
Come here! Come here! Come
Uh-oh.
here! Where's your ticket? Come here! Come here! Come here! Come here!
Are you seriously not getting up? Is it stuck? No, it's totally learned it. It's got it in the rhythm now.
A sudden hurricane took driving school students in Japan by surprise when a powerful gust of wind lifted a car off the parking lot and hurled it 15 meters away.
Holy shit.
Fortunately, no one was inside, though the students did get an unexpected lesson in bad parking choices.
What are we doing here? Whoa.
That was so close, bro.
Last summer, a city in New Mexico faced nature's fury. A massive flood hit the area almost immediately after a series of wildfires, and the aftermath of this weather disaster took weeks to clean up.
What the hell is that? I hope these aren't bears mating or something, because that... Nope. Bye-bye now.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, lions, okay. Just standing there like, hey, how you doing today? I'm good.
You come to the Canary Islands for a paradise vacation, only to find yourself witnessing a dramatic volcanic eruption. It's an unforgettable experience.
This is why I don't go places like that.
This is the most awesome step.
Who would have thought that sand avalanches could be so mesmerizing?
What the hell is this? Oh, that's wicked. Look at that.
That's pretty cool. Frozen bubble.
Very, very cool. Wonder if you can pick it up after it freezes.
Mm.
That was smart. Hey guys, look at the waters coming at us really fast. Let's stand here. Ding, ding, dong.
Oh my God.
Oops. See?
Yeah, we don't need to see any more plain oops.
We just had yesterday morning, right down the road from me, another helicopter crashed into a local reservoir we have, and they were looking. I don't know if they even found it. I haven't followed up with it, but they were looking for it almost all day.
Oh, jeez.
So yeah, it was just a little one, a 2-seater, I believe, but I'll have to follow up with that and see what the results were.
Oh, aquí está el surfista, man.
No, sorry. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being out there and one of them thing comes up next to you and like comes out of the water? No, I would poop and pee same time.
Yeah.
Saying. Them are big, big boys. I think it's a sperm whale.
Adelante, Gaby, Gaby.
Or more than one, obviously.
The show isn't over yet. A glacier fragment that big is sure to cause a massive wave as it plunges into the water.
Was it a humpback? Okay, sorry, Karen. Humpback, sperm, humpback. I don't know the difference. I know what what the hell is the Moby Dick one called? I know what that one is, and I can't think of it right now. But the other two, orca. No, that's a killer whale. The Moby Dick one that has the big goofy head. I remember those. God, it's been so long since I've been in school. Humpback, sperm, orca. Great something there is. That's the sperm whale. Thank you. Okay. See, I get them all confused. Either way. Thank you, Miss Karen. I appreciate it.
I got all this.
What the hell? Oh,
I'm just
okay.
curious how much time he spends on each turn.
Beluga. That was the other one I was trying to think of.
You think that
Thank
was
you, CZ.
fast?
I think he was in a hurry. Nope. Probably, Alicia. I probably confused them. You know me.
You can't get a train that's had an accident off the tracks without using special equipment.
That's the way to do it. Really?
Elephants love swimming and are quite good at it. But in situations like this, they like to stay as far from the water as possible. Check it out. This technique is an effective way to keep wild animals away without hurting them. Have you ever seen birds observing a hailstorm so in awe?
Is that what we look like when we're watching it too?
You can produce a surprisingly loud sound using a large seashell, and it captures the attention of not just...
Yeah, my uncle told me that when I was down in Florida. If you can blow through a conch shell like that, there's certain sea animals that are attracted. Whales and stuff are attracted to that, supposedly. I've never seen it until this video, but I've heard of it.
Just people.
Oh, babe.
He's going. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Holy shit.
Oh!
This is why I stay in my boring ass suburban Ohio and don't go around places like this, because I don't want to see these things in real life. Oh. Oops.
Passa por cima do bicho, cara. Aê, bro. Pronto.
What the hell is that?
Mais um, tropa. Aqui o salvamento aqui, ó. Ai, meu Deus.
Anybody? What is that?
Mano, você tá muito bravo esse bicho. Tá de voado, caralho. Bora, me liga, bora parar na beira lá.
Is that a sloth? Why does he look like he's drunk?
Dale, Tania. Dale, corre. No.
Oh, zebra. Baby anteater? Okay. I didn't know they could swim.
The stunning island of Hormuz in Iran is famous for its colorful sand. There's no mystery behind it. It's all due to the high concentration of iron oxide.
Wow, that's wild looking. That's sand. I thought that was clay.
The sight is truly breathtaking.
One.
Happy birthday! Oh my god! What the
Scary. Good boy.
Oh my gosh. Happy birthday!
Oh my gosh.
If you've ever wondered how battles were fought more than a century ago, a demonstration of a Civil War era mortar will satisfy your curiosity.
Oops. Somebody's not going to be happy. Sorry about that. Yeah, I could see myself having a blast doing that.
Trypophobes, insectophobes, brace yourselves. The good news is these Australian bees don't have stingers. That's a bit of a relief, isn't it?
Okay, I can't look at things that have lots of holes. It freaks me out. Oh no, poor guy.
From the comfort of its luxury home, this cat is curious how your mortgage is going.
There must be birds over there.
I don't really understand contemporary art. Can someone explain the meaning of this performance?
Ready, set, go.
Really, dude?
He looks so serious, as if he's the one riding the motorcycle.
Whoops.
My God. My God. My God. Beautiful, beautiful.
Right, Murky.
Very dangerous, very dangerous. Very dangerous. Go back. Back, back, back. कैमरा छोड़ दो. और बैक चलो. My God. बैक चलते रहो, बैक चलते रहो. और चलो, और चलो, और चलो, और चलो.
Fortunately, the barber shop was empty at that time, and it clearly wasn't going to open anytime soon.
Pero no me cojas el... Gordy, pero... Gordy, el carro, Andrés sube, Andrés sube.
The jump looks even more epic from this angle.
Wow, that's wild looking.
This is it, Craig. Action. Okay, this is a good one. Yeah, hot dog. Watch out, coming back. That's a winner. There you go, well done. Woohoo! That's the service now. That's us getting nice and toasty. Congratulations.
Even the destruction of an old car can be turned into a show. Here's a perfect example from Utah, where such entertainment events are held regularly.
I wonder how much they had to pay my first wife to do this. Yes, the creature. Come on. Leave it. What is that? Is that $50? Yo. Okay. They said leave it. Yeah, I bet you're changing your mind now.
This bird keeps attacking me every time I go to my car. Hey, get out of here. I'm watching you. Mother.
Tourists were told that if they sailed a little off the coast of Maui, they'd be able to see whales, and the locals weren't lying. It seems like the mother whale brought her calf along to check out the people too.
I have never seen a whale this close.
Hang on to your hairpiece.
Yeah.
What the hell were they doing?
We're doing 5 ways.
She's the one who sets the rules in this house.
Nope.
It's hard to say who's more shocked by this encounter. A crowd gathered to witness the Corvette sink, but no one had a better view than these two.
Holy shit, that's a drone.
The era of flying taxis is closer than we imagine. This video clearly demonstrates why a hay shredder needs an air filter.
Welcome, Miss Bonnie.
Look at my little friend.
Whoa, how cute.
Isn't she sweet?
Absolutely.
What is that?
What's her name?
It's a baby Doberman Pinscher.
leave it. Yeah, I bet you're changing your mind now. Okay. Gotcha. Mini pincher.
Yeah, but she was the runt of the litter, so she's really tiny. It's my neighbors. I'm doggy sitting.
Okay. She's adorable.
I love her.
Every time I go to my car.
Well, good. I'm glad you got some company there with you.
Get out of here.
Yeah, Dad's off shopping, so I'm babysitting.
I gotcha. Understood. Understood.
I just wanted to show you.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that. She's adorable. Very cute. Very cute. Were you able to get an email to Miss Wisdom, Bonnie, so we can get you in the Discord?
Not yet. I'm going to do it soon.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for a delivery.
No problems. That way we can get you in that Discord to do the music night with us.
Okay.
All right.
See ya.
No deal. Yes, ma'am. Thanks again. Very cute. Very cute. What is that thing again? This looks like a giant air filter. Are they cleaning it? Oh, yeah. Okay, I see it now. They're blowing out all the dirt and everything. Gotcha. A lot of dirt. Hay filter. Thank you, Karen. Maybe for a hay baler. We had one of those on the fire department, you guys, because we did lake rescue. Those things are a blast. But I'm telling you right now, if you don't hold on, your face is going to, when you get going like full speed on that thing, your face like opens up all the way. They're a lot of fun, though. You got to hang on tight.
The best thing about an airboat is that it takes you straight to dry land. The final result is sure to be impressive, but there are some safety concerns. The metal in his hands is burning at a scorching 1000 degrees Celsius or more. The driver should be awarded a platinum drop.
Shut up. Are you serious? No way.
Oh, after that.
I can't even do that with my hands. Morning, JC. Oh, that's wild looking. A bit large. It's a large barge. All right, y'all. Like I said, I was just trying to do something a little different. We have other stuff like that down the road, but well, we usually all we cover is bad news. You know what I mean? And it just gets old sometimes, and it's nice to break up the monotony a little bit with something a little different here and there. So I'm trying to put different segments in through the morning show, stuff like that. If you guys have ideals as to what we could do or things you'd like to see, throw it at us. I have no problems looking into it. But that's going to do it for that. Last but not least, for those of you that were waiting for it, hold on 1 minute. All right. As always, I want to thank Mocking Media for the hard work they put into these things. There is the link right there. Check out Mocking Media if you will, guys. Please and thank you. They come in here all the time, support us, so please support them as well. Run on over, subscribe, hit the like button, share it out, and please hit the notification bell so you don't miss. We don't miss the newest episode of The Burning Bush and anything else they put out. We have 2 different things here we can look at today. This is part 12 of The Burning Bush. For you that are new and not familiar, I think you'll enjoy it. If you are familiar, you know what we're about to see. So, always. What's up? What were you saying?
Here we go.
Yes, here we go. Hang on to your chairs and be sure that you have clean clothes near. You may need to change soon. I just want to clarify, this is not real. This is a mock of what we're seeing, as you guys will know.
Keep silence. The Lord is in his holy temple.
And no, this is not JLR that did this. It's mocking him as well. This is whoever is Mocking Media. We don't need to know. I don't want to know. I've told them that.
Exactly.
Keep doing what you're doing because we all love you.
Yep.
And they do appreciate all of you guys as well. They've told us many, many times. They left in my comments how much they appreciate us. So again, and I've told them how much we appreciate them. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, yeah, grab an extra pair of pants or whatever for this because you may need them.
Exactly, Alicia.
Who can tip the heavens water jars or set up on earth the Lord's dominion? Do you give the horse its flowing mane, or does the hawk?
Welcome back to another inspiring episode of The Burning Bush. I'm your host, Reverend Lee Jonathan of the RLJ Ministries in Manatee County, Florida. I'm so excited that you're all here because tonight we have a very special treat for all of you. If you hadn't already noticed from the opening credits, we have 5 wonderful guests with us this evening. And since we have a lot to get into, let's get to it. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here. It's nice to see you.
By the eternal name, we do summon Samuel, the angel of death. O Samuel, fierce and unrelenting, stretch forth thy hand, not in wrath, but in righteous protection. By the eternal name, we do summon
Here we go.
the angel of death. O Samuel, fierce and unrelenting,
When I say we're fine, I mean
not
a
in
split
wrath.
person.
Did you say something, Bear?
Nope, I didn't.
Oh, okay. Here we go, guys. Sorry.
Righteous protection.
Enough! Heavenly Father, I come to you asking for your power and authority to cast out Samael or any other evil spirits that Daddy Box Braids, the keeper of the panties, may be trying to summon to enter this chat. Send your angels to protect us, and let this chat be a place of refuge where your love and light shine brightly. We ask of this in your name. Amen.
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 I hope to God the trolls, legit trolls, because that's what you people are, that are attacking him while his child is missing,
You mean like how all of you attacked Sebastian's mother and stepfather?
and you're attacking him, calling him all these fucking names in the book.
The only names I've called him so far is Daddy Box Braids and the keeper of the panties.
With no proof.
Well, because you're obviously touched in the head, let me grab some proof. Give me a second to pull it up. Now, I know that your IQ isn't as profound as your nose or that long-ass slack-jawed chin of yours. But here he is in court, looking like Boss Hogg and Coolio's love child. As you can clearly see, he has some Timu cornrows going on, as well as a few rat-tail box braids.
I hope.
I'm not finished, you broken and twitchy mess. Have another drink or pop a volume. This next one's a banger. Now, if we take a look at this screenshot right here, we can clearly see a broken and depressed man who's just having a hoot in some asshats chat, surrounded by other asshats that stroke and finish each other off. As you can clearly see, as I have stated, he's the self-proclaimed keeper of the panties.
I hope one of your childs goes missing and this shit happens to fucking you.
Wait, one of my childs?
I hope that. I do, honestly, and this is gonna probably...
Pumpkin, it's so cute how your voice trembles when you think you're being all big and tough. I'd like to suggest that you lay off of the bottle or any of the antidepressants you're clearly on. Also, that nose ring isn't distracting anyone away from your Jay Leno chin. Typically, I'd advise someone with your issues to seek out a therapist, but in your case, a good plastic surgeon would better suit your needs. After all, I hear they're making great strides in rhinoplasty.
Okay, I'm done.
Before you leave, how about we find a replacement for you? Can you stick around until we find someone in chat to take your spot on the panel?
Okay.
Perfect. Now let's look at the chat and see who wants to take your place. Let's see. Here we go. Here's one. The user going by Subaru Steve says, I've located and decoded all of the secrets in KP and CP's recent interview. Bigfoot is real. He also says, keep your fancy picture-in-picture screen up so I can show you my findings. You seem extremely stable. Well, goodbye Jay Leno's chin or Chase and Wine, whatever your unoriginal name is. It's been a treat. And hello, Subaru Steve. It's nice to see you.
I am Subaru Steve Montgomery, and today I am talking about the 1-year sad-anniversary interview with Chris and Katie Proudfoot. This is Katie Proudfoot right here, and this is The Living Nightmare. Parents speak 1 year after Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. Did you see this?
Yes, I just watched it the other night.
Parents speak 1 year after because they've spoken very little during the year that this young man has been missing.
What's your point?
So 1 year anniversary interview with Chris and Katie Proudfoot regarding their son evaporating into thin air under his mother's watch 1 year ago.
Oh, I see what you did there. You had to throw in the whole under his mother's watch thing. Very clever.
Yeah, yep. But first, let me share a quote of the day for you. This comes from the makers of and daughter, Kristen Bell.
Did you just say the makers of and daughter, Kristen Bell?
Yeah, Kristen Bell, American actress, singer, producer, and activist.
Yeah, I know who she is.
Known for her roles in Veronica Mars, Frozen.
Just tell me the damn quote. I don't need a list of her television and film roles.
She said it best. You see, she said about being a mother, Katie, pay attention to this.
Wait a minute. You think Katie is going to watch this?
I'm not a good mom. I'm not a bad mom. I'm the mama that I am. I try very hard, and when I fail, that's okay.
And I assume that you have a zinger of a point for using this quote?
That's what a mom does for her young. Katie. Katie. Wow.
Again, you think that Katie is going to watch this? Let me ask you this. Did you take your pills today, Grandpa?
Also, by the way, last week, I made a comment about the photos that I see online of the home, the residence on Stafford Court there in Tennessee. And, you know, everybody says, well, the photo, because I said the walls are bare.
What on earth are you rambling on about now?
Welcome, Angel.
I'm talking about the photos that show Chris or Katie or Sebastian in the house.
We've all seen many photos of them together in their house. Can you give me an example of what it is that your touched brain is talking about?
For example, the green tea video that was done in the house.
In this image, I can clearly see a china cabinet behind Sebastian. Behind that, I see some board and batten paneling that goes up the wall at least 3 to 4 feet. And finally, in this entire video, you can honestly only see a few square feet of empty wall space. It's not that suspicious. Not everyone has Hobby Lobby throw up on every single square foot of blank wall space in their homes.
Someone loves living in a sterile environment. I wonder, is it Chris or Katie? Maybe both that really like a sterile environment. I don't know.
Again, not everyone hangs crap all over their walls. Some people find that less is better and more calming. Clutter has been known to affect some people with ADHD or autism. Some find that having very few items in their living spaces keeps their mind less tangled up with complexity. For example, one's bedroom. They may have a bed, a bedside table, a desk, and a chair. Some people can't handle much more going on in the place where they try to relax and unwind.
Okay, so how many of you saw this recent interview last week?
Nice deflection, old man River.
Initial observations to this when I watched it. I'd love to see what you have to say about this.
And I just can't wait to let you know what I think.
So where did all of this excessive weight gain come from? Because these two people were thin. Go back and look at photos of them a year ago. They were thin, okay? They weren't big and filling out the jeans legs so big and the big bulky clothes, the baggy clothes to try to hide the weight gain. What is going on with this? Are they living the good life or one in fear of stress? Sometimes pressure is a good thing, and maybe these two need more pressure put on them because I just stick with me here.
Someone needs to file guardianship over your old, judgmental, and cynical ass and throw you in an assisted living nursing home.
What's up with these eyebrows?
Quick, someone call APS. Grandpa's out in the front yard in his boxers yelling at the clouds again.
What's up with these eyebrows? With these eyebrows right here. Did she get them tattooed for this interview? Or did she get them sculpted? Or they are extremely shaped and plucked and groomed. And
Be quiet, Grandpa. I'm on the phone with the Sumner County Detective's Office.
Thank you for calling the Sumner County Police Department. This is Detective Betty. How can I help you?
Yes, I'm calling because my grandpa, who shits his pants every time that the microwave goes off due to his tinfoil helmet, has solved the case. The clues were right in front of all of us this entire time. Their weight and her eyebrows are the key to cracking this case.
Sir, are you with your grandfather at this moment?
I'm in a live chat with him as we speak.
Perfect. Stay on the line with me and tell me everything he says. This information could be the big break that Sumner County Police, the FBI, some thick chick named Hong, and Dog the Bounty Hunter finally need to solve this case.
I promise to stay on the line and relay to you every detail and clue that my grandpa tells me.
Copy that. Standing by.
Grandpa, did you catch all of that? Detective Betty is on the line listening. So by all means, please continue to share your findings.
why does she have, what is it, rosacea or whatever with the red in the skin? I don't think she has that.
Holy shit. How in the hell did we miss this? Of course. Her rosy cheeks.
Number one, I'm also just noticing for the first time, why isn't she wearing her earrings? Okay. Does she not wear earrings anymore? Because I see 2 holes here. What a rebel. 2 earrings in each ear. But she doesn't wear them for the interview. I wonder why. I wonder what's up with that.
I knew it. I saw 2 holes and I was like, did she get bit by a snake or maybe 2 mosquitoes got her at the same time? But hot damn. I never would have thought that she wore earrings.
And it looks like she still has an Invisalign braces in her mouth as well. So,
I'm so stupid. Invisalign, that's it. In my initial report, I had wrote down that she wore a product made by the Smile Direct Club. How in the hell was I so blind?
new glasses, eyebrows being done. Stuff is going on here that just makes me wonder. Money must be good in the Proudfoot home.
I shouldn't say this, but you're right. Off the record, me and all of my QAnon buddies on 4chan were thinking the same thing. Clearly, everyone is ignorant. They're not smart like you and
I don't know if anybody else caught this. It took me a minute. I'm a little slow, but Detective Betty B. Grifton. Yeah, just got that. Sorry, guys. I'm slow.
We know that new glasses and new eyebrows cost at least $5,150.
Especially without having to feed a growing teenager. Right, Katie? Chris?
Do you think that it's possible in a year's time, with or without children, that someone can possibly get new glasses through, I don't know, work insurance maybe? Or do you think it's possible to save up money over a whole year to maybe get your eyebrows done before you do a live interview on your local news channel?
And what's up with this? Let me show you this one now.
Again, nice deflection.
So his hat, I want you to look at the hat.
Yep, looks like a hat.
So let's talk about this for a second. Well, first off, Chris is wearing and I had to look it up, the clover. First I thought, is he just a lucky guy? Is he Irish? Is he a golfer? What the heck is going on with these ball caps that have the 4-leaf clover on top? And I found out they are Black Clover brand ball caps. And they're not cheap little $5 hats. Does he think the 4-leaf clover is really bringing him luck?
Look, if you're allowed to believe in Bigfoot, and trust me, I've seen your videos, then Chris can believe that a hat with a 4-leaf clover on it may bring him some luck. Who are we to judge?
All right, check this out. And you can see this really good here. So he's got these Black Clover brand ball caps. And I guess he thinks he's bringing him luck, which is probably why I'm here, because he's wearing his lucky hat, has me here. Thank you, Chris.
You're psychotic.
But look what's written under the brim. Look right here. Under the brim, it says L-I-V-E. Live. Live. Okay? Why would this man write live under his Black Clover ball cap that he paid $20, $30 for? Why would he write live there unless that's a subliminal reminder? Live. I got to remember, he's alive. He's living. I don't know. You tell me. It's just odd to me.
I'll tell you what's odd. Weak and pathetic investigative skills. I swear, for a guy who searches for Bigfoot, metal detects, has schematics of the USS Enterprise, and can find a tag sale within 50 miles of your house, you struggle doing a Google search, just like my grandpa struggles to figure out how to use the TV remote.
So, what now?
I think now would be a good time for me to show you how to do an easy Google search prior to doing your streams, so that you can jot down in your notes some facts instead of all of your QAnon conspiracy theories.
Okay.
I'll just bring up Google and search for bottom of a Black Clover hat live lucky.
So let's talk about this for a second.
There's nothing to talk about. It's obvious that you were able to research the brand of hat that Chris is wearing in this interview. You also more than likely saw images of underneath the brim of this brand of hat to know that this is where Black Clover's slogan is typically printed. Clearly, you left out this little tidbit so that you could spin your senile delusions that Chris wrote live in that spot to remind him of Sebastian.
Reverend Lee, I hate to interrupt, but after seeing your findings, I can clearly see that this geriatric asshat doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. I'd like to ask him a few questions if you don't mind.
To law enforcement, I want to ask you a couple questions if I can.
Of course.
Can we, the online community, get a name of an individual instead of a tip line? Somebody that we can directly call or leave a voicemail to directly, their voicemail.
Why on earth would we give all of you online nutjobs a number to a single person? You'd all be blowing up that individual's phone 24/7 with all of your crazy and half-cocked conspiracy theories.
Why, you ask? I don't want to call an anonymous tip line and wonder what happens. I want accountability. If I call John Doe at the TBI, I want to know that John Doe works at the TBI and that I left John Doe the message, not the operator, not the tip line. So there's a group of us like that that really need the name of your agent or agents that are covering this case, whether you're local or state or federal. Please give us a name and number where we can leave a direct voicemail. In this day and age, accountability, as you know, is everything.
Accountability? Like the accountability you need to take for doing zero research and trying to sell your opinions of Chris and Katie as facts? Talking to you was a waste of my time. I'm out.
What the hell?
See y'all later. Bye-bye.
Wow, he must have really needed to change his Depends. Best of luck to you, Subaru Steve. Let us all know when you find Bigfoot, aliens, or a good memory care unit to move into. Now let's go back to the chat and see who wants to take his place. Let's see who we got in here. Well, look who's back already. Chase and Wine has returned, and she says, "Let me back up. I lost a bunch of followers, and I need to say sorry to win them back." I'm sure this will be interesting. Let's see what she has to say. Hello, Chase and Wine. Welcome back.
Hey guys, I wanted to come on here and take accountability for something I had said. I had said something out of anger, and I let my anger get the best of me.
No shit.
I was angry and I was lashing out, and I said something completely wrong, and it came out not how I intended it to come out.
How did you intend for it to come out? I can't think of another way, no matter how butthurt you were, that you could have reworded what you said. when you said that you hoped that others who don't agree with your batshit crazy theories should suffer the loss of their child.
I am truly and genuinely sorry.
Oh, Pumpkin, the sincerity in your voice is so believable.
Not only did I lash out, I didn't even realize I had Tony and Seth's picture behind me.
You poor and fragile creature, of course you didn't.
I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm very, very sorry.
Oh, sweet child, it sure does sound like it.
And I 100% take full accountability.
Oh, child, you're so brave. Hashtag you got this. Hashtag own your nasty. Hashtag girl boss. And hashtag oopsies.
And I should have never let my anger get the best of me.
Christina, that was all very moving and seriously touching. Although I do have some thoughts.
Amen.
Samael, it's not your turn to talk yet.
Tony said that I should say I'm sorry.
Who's Tony?
He's a little bald man that lives in my mouth.
Is Tony your imaginary friend? What if you opened your mouth right now? Would I be able to see Tony?
No.
Why not?
Because he hides.
Where does he go?
To my stomach.
Does Tony ever tell you to do things?
I don't want to talk about Tony anymore.
And that, boys and girls, is how you tie in the movie The Shining into your stream. Samael, I promise not to ask you any more about Tony, but can we discuss that interesting prayer that you gave at church?
Time for us to go.
I think that it's time that we all took a little breather. Please enjoy this worship song, and we'll be right back.
This is the next episode of The Burning Bush Mitten.
Cross around his neck. Says he's holy, but I've seen him break a promise. What the heck? He walks with pride, but hides his sins. It's a real shame. Calling on the darkness, playing dangerous games. Seeing hymns on Sunday, but in shadows he dwells. While he smiles on the surface, he hides his hellish spells. Seth, where'd you go wrong?
You've never seen the Burning Bush stuff we do, Mittens for Kittens? We pick it up from Maki Media, and we usually play it as soon as they come out with a new one. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, this is episode 12 of it, so. Thank you, Lost Faith. It's wonderful to have you here. I hope you're having a great day.
Your faith like a cloak, but you're so far gone. With hands in the dirt, but your heart's got no light. You're summoning the demons in the dead of the night. His neighbors whisper tales of the things that they see. Playing guitar by the fire, lost in hypocrisy. He talks about redemption, all the sins he'll erase, while calling on the darkness to show him its face.
Okay, man.
He thinks he can play both sides in this life, but the truth comes out through his struggle and strife. Seth, where'd you go wrong? Wear your faith like a cloak, but you're so far gone. With hands in the dirt, but your heart's got no light. You're summoning the demons in the dead of the night. Oh, Seth, can you hear the call? It's time to rise. Don't let yourself fall. Leave the shadows, let the light invite. Find your way back to what's true. Nice, Seth. Where'd you go wrong? You wear your faith like a cloak, but you're so far gone. With hands in the dirt, but your heart's got no light. You're summoning the demons in the dead of the night.
Welcome back, everyone. During the break, I reached out to Samael to see if he'd come back to talk about his recent prayer that's making waves across these YouTube streets. He said he'd ask his invisible friend Tony, and he'll get back to me as soon as possible. Until then, I'd like to come back to you, Christina, before BJ shit her pants in her sleep again and Samael started talking to his invisible PR manager, Tony. I was about to give you my thoughts on your sincere apology. And for those of you just joining us, you may remember Christina for going full batshit crazy by saying that anyone who says anything against Seth She hoped that their child would disappear as well. She then magically saw the light and came to her senses and immediately came back to apologize. Christina, the floor is yours. By all means, please continue to grovel.
Hey guys, I wanted to come on here and take accountability for something I had said. I had said something out of anger and I let my anger get the best of me. I was angry and I was lashing out and I said something completely wrong. And it came out not how I intended it to come out. I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm very, very sorry. And I 100% take full accountability. And I should have never let my anger get the best of me.
That was quite interesting. Now, before I give you my thoughts on your heartfelt apology, I noticed that you had a few of your devoted sheeple in the chat. How about we take a look at some of their comments first before I give you my 2 cents on the matter? The first comment that we have is from Michelle L. She says, emotions are high in this case. There is not one creator who hasn't made a mistake. However, the fact that you can own up to it and apologize speaks volumes. Wow, that was so sweet. The next one is from Cali Cat. She says, this is why I love you as a creator. You own up to your mistakes and are such a sweet, genuine person. We've all been there, especially when it comes to a missing child's case that we all feel so deeply about. It amazes me how your sheeple sane wash your behavior by saying that it's okay to say such things because you're so passionate about the case. Now, this next one is from Susie Stitches. She says, nobody wants to listen to you ever again. Nothing like what you said or did was an accident. Save the apology if you're ever really sorry for something. She then ends her comment with some sort of sign language emojis. This is getting interesting. It doesn't seem like everyone accepts your apology. Let's find one more comment from the chat. Let's see. Oh, here's one. This is from the user named Toby Proctor. They said, you're a tragedy-chasing slob. You speak as if you got hit over the head. Take your apology and stick it up your white ass. I hate to say it, but I agree with Toby.
I hope one of your childs goes missing and this shit happens to fucking you. I hope that. I do, honestly, and this is gonna probably bite me in the ass in the future, but I hope.
Given your looks, I don't think that anyone will be biting your ass in the future.
Okay, I'm done.
Well, Christina, just by looking over your numbers, I'd have to agree with you. You're done. Moving right along, I think that we should... Wait a minute. Look at this comment in the chat, everyone. It's from the user named #GraceCase. She says, hi, Reverend. I'm loving the stream so far. Today is my birthday, and I'm happy to be starting it out with you. Hello, Grace, and happy birthday. I'm so glad that you're here on your special day. Now, normally I'd sing to you, but as luck would have it, I just happen to know someone whose voice would do the birthday song justice. Let me see if I can get them up on panel for you. Hello, viewing hours, and welcome back. Thank you for taking some time out of your busy day to come up and sing to Grace. Oh my, such a shame. I'm so sorry, Grace Case. Sadly, it looks like viewing hours won't be singing to you after all. I suppose that I'll have to do my best to honor him and sing to you myself. Oh, sweet Grace. I hope that this little hiccup and my singing doesn't ruin your very special day.
Well, hello, everyone.
Vampire!
I know your
He's
time
the queen.
is very, very valuable, and I do appreciate you spending some time with me.
Thank you for coming up on the panel and for also waking up BJ and clearing out her Captain D's. Now, I hate to ask, but would you be a peach and back away from your camera just a bit? Your scalp looks like someone stapled a bunch of ant legs all over it. It's starting to make me nauseous.
That is not what we see in this case. Clearly, you can see.
We all see ant legs. Now back up.
So I'm still not following you.
Would you just back away from your camera and sing happy birthday to Grace?
That being said, how do you mean? It's not with that.
If you don't start singing to Grace, I'll release the images found on your computer in the folder labeled Peanut Butter and Monkey Business.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gracie. Happy birthday to you.
Are you freaking kidding me? Get the flip out of here, dude.
Betty, you know the rules. It's not your turn to talk. I'm going to have to mute you.
Wow, really?
Yes, Betty. And when you learn to follow the rules, I'll unmute you.
You will never have my respect. You will never have my viewership. You will never have me talking about you. This will be the last.
I'm sorry about that. Clearly, Betty doesn't appreciate your enchanting singing voice. I thought that it was beautiful.
FBI
You sounded
raid.
just like Marilyn Monroe. And when I say that you sound like Marilyn Monroe, I mean like Walking Dead Marilyn Monroe. Like if she was a walking corpse that was on fire while being thrown into a wood chipper, you'd sound just like her.
I don't want to get sick. So I'm going to go lay down or something. So
Please just stay for a minute until we can find someone in chat to take your spot.
All right.
I'll try to make it quick. Now let me see here. Oh my goodness, could it really be? This user calling themselves You're Unaliving Me Smalls says, it's me, Patrick Renna. I played Ham Porter in The Sandlot. Love your channel. Can I join you? It would be an honor to have a real-life celebrity up here. Viewing hours? Thank you for being here, and please just shave your head or wear a wig. That shit that you got going on up front is embarrassing. Seriously, Betty has the whole George Washington look going on, and you have a pompadour made out of ant legs.
All right. Good night. Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. Are you excited as I am? Please welcome Patrick Renna, who played Ham Porter in the movie The Sandlot. Patrick, it's good to see you. Holy hell, you're not Patrick. Damn it, Smiley, you tricked me.
Silly Jedi, silly Jedi.
It's good to see you, Smiley, you old trickster. Did you do something different with your chins? They look good, seriously. I'm doing good, thanks. How about you? How's the hubby? Well, I'm sure that he'll lay with you again once all of the bumps clear up. After all, who wouldn't want to be with you? You're as ripe as Mama June after hot yoga. You know I'm just messing with you. Listen, since I have you here, can I ask you about a recent live stream that you did? The one where you were showing off pictures that you received of Sebastian. You know, the ones that nobody else had at that moment. Yes, the stream where you acted like a snotty little bitch because you got an old picture of Sebastian from Seth that Katie, his mother, didn't have. Yes, I used a profanity. But remember, like all of you hypocrites.
If anybody isn't catching it, the voice that Smiley's using is Jabba the Hutt, folks. Just so you guys know if you didn't catch that.
Critical Christians say, it's okay because I'm so passionate about the case. You better leave my mama out of it. Mama Lee Jonathan was a saint. It's fine. Just don't be talking about my mama again. I accept your apology. Now, can we get back to how you acted when you got a picture of Sebastian from Seth? You do realize that both parents probably have pictures of their children that the other one doesn't, especially when the parents are separated and the child bounces between two different houses. No, you're not special. You're sick in the head. What on earth does it do to help this case by taunting the mother about a picture she doesn't have of her missing son? Nothing. You're nothing but a miserable incel grifter who profits off of cases such as this. You haven't solved jack and shit. Get your ass in your car that smells like old McDonald's French fries and go do some searching. Go do some legwork. You get all damp in your huggies because you got a picture. Wow, you're fucking amazing. I'd like to apologize to everyone for my harsh language, and I'd like to take a moment and use a page out of these Unhinged Hypocrites playbook. So I'll say, I'm not perfect, I'm flawed, I'm just really passionate about this case. I take full accountability for my words, and by the power of the holy YouTube streets, I'll be so easily forgiven. It's just like my mama used to say, wait, hold on a second. I'm getting word of a breaking story from our Fox affiliate, Fox 13 Tampa Bay News Channel. We now go live to this breaking news story.
Breaking news out of Bradenton, Florida today. Manatee County Fire, police, and hazmat teams were called to a local Chili's restaurant. Sources say that a Chili's employee was taking out the garbage around 11 o'clock last night when he came across two individuals hidden behind the dumpster. After throwing up and burning out both of his eyes, the employee then ran inside and called 911. Local hazmat and the makers of ShamWow spent over 6 hours
ShamWow?
power washing and sanitizing the entire area. Lead forensic detective Ron Jeremy said that he hasn't seen so much sad and pathetic seed spilled like this since the mid-70s. Manatee County K-9 units were called in to sniff around, but unfortunately, both dogs were life-flighted to a nearby hospital for contracting a horrible case of pink eye and multiple cold sores. Both are expected to make a full recovery. Suspects were described as two tragedy pimps who needed some privacy. As you know, nothing says, "Baby, I love and respect you," like gagging down 4 inches behind a Chili's dumpster. The identity of the male suspect was hidden. He was seen wearing dark sunglasses, a clothespin on his nose, and yellow rubber dishwashing gloves pulled all the way up to his elbows. However, the female suspect has been identified as imaginary YouTube celebrity, Bullhorn Betty. Frat Night Investigations has issued a BOLO and a reward for any information on Betty's.
Hold up. I gotta say it. Welcome, Dag Burn, Johnny Gobble's dead floozy mother. I love saying it. Great to have you here. I appreciate you so much for joining us. Welcome back.
Whereabouts. Reporting from Manatee County, I'm Delilah Griffin.
What in the Sam hell did I just watch? I just can't believe what I just saw. Betty, that was you.
You ruined my entire time because you chose to block me over a ridiculous, and I'm going to say it again, a ridiculous.
Betty, I hate to interrupt, but could you please back away from your camera? All I can see is your dirty pirate hooker Chili's dumpster, halitosis glory hole.
Seriously?
I'm being very serious. Your mouth looks like a prolapsed butthole with teeth.
Cut it out. Cut it out.
I'm serious. Back away from your camera. I can practically smell the Chili's secret sauce. It smells like coffee with cigarette ashes in it and the chlorinated floor of a men's YMCA locker room.
Give me just a second. So there you go.
So, that's the point of view that your gentleman caller had last night behind the Chili's dumpster. I can't even begin to imagine what it looked like at your level. Did you at least look up at him and make eye contact?
No, I don't pay attention to the top.
Of course you didn't. It's kind of hard to, I suppose, with Uncle Lou and the twins right smack in your face.
Are you freaking kidding me? Get the flip out of here, dude.
Are you serious? You dropped down because of that? I thought that you said that creators, such as myself, don't upset you any longer. Well, I guess it's just the three of us. I really didn't have anything planned for either of you. You're both just ignorant noise that parrot talking points from the rest of the green team.
To say that about me is slanderous, is defamatory, it's libel, and it's against the law.
Are you okay?
I'm fine, me too. We're fine, and how are you?
Julie?
I'm fine, me too. We're fine, and how are you?
That woman is insane. Well, it's just me and you, BJ. Unfortunately, we're all out of time.
You won't even let me talk.
That's what we call a blessing in disguise.
That hurts my feelings.
Yeah, I'm sure going to lose a ton of sleep over your butthurt feelings. Well, that about wraps up this episode. Perhaps next time Betty, Julie, and BJ will stick around a bit longer. Honestly, I was glad that they all left. I was actually burnt out about 20 minutes ago with all of them. Oh well, we'll see how it goes in our next episode. Please be sure to give this video a thumbs up. It lets me know that you truly get something out of my content. I appreciate all of you, and I look forward to seeing you next time on The Burning Bush.
Well, That was interesting, for sure. Any comments there, Marma Bar?
No, but it was interesting, that's for sure.
I can't with the chili stuff. It's killing me.
I
All
know.
of it. Every bit of it. I mean,
Detective Ron Jeremy.
I didn't know how many caught that one. Keeper of the Pantry. Yes. Yes, guys. It's nice and it's good to be able to laugh a little. I mean, truly. With all the ridiculous shit that they have turned that case into, it's sad. It is, because going back to the truth behind it is that Sebastian's been lost in that forever. And it's just unreal, guys. So the fact that somebody can call out these idiots and what they've done, good. I'm glad, I'm glad. And I hope people see them for what they truly are. I know that Mocking does, obviously, and I'm grateful that he's done it. That's all I'm saying. So I do have, real quick before we get out of here, guys, an update onto something. If you guys remember, it's been a long time, but I covered the Nikki McCain case out of Florida.
It's California.
Or California. Sorry. From my understanding is that Tyler McCain, his home was raided. Not 100%. Okay, don't yeah, don't quote me for sure. But I have from the yes, I am. I have the 1 second, everybody. I have the Okay, so this is the immediate release from the Sheriff's Department. Shasta County says on Friday the 14th, detectives with the Shasta County Sheriff's Office Major Crimes Unit, along with the agents of Homeland Security and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, served a search warrant at the Olinda Road, Anderson address. This address is where Nikki Chang Sally McCain resided when she was initially reported missing by family members on May 22nd of 24. Since the initial investigation, detectives have worked tirelessly to locate Nikki and to determine the events leading to her disappearance. Detectives have served numerous search warrants, including a prior search warrant at Nikki's residence. Furthermore, detectives have interviewed family members, friends, and acquaintances of Nikki, including the citizens who have reported information about her disappearance. Based on evidence gathered, information learned from the interviews, and the fact that none of Nikki's family members have heard from Nikki since May 18th of 24, the detectives have determined that Nikki is a victim of homicide. Detectives have identified persons of interest in her homicide. However, their identities are being withheld due to the ongoing nature of the investigation. The FBI has been assisting with this investigation along with other local allied agencies. Detectives are asking for the public's help with identifying a driver of a red in-color truck who may have picked up a male adult in the area of Highway 36 in the western portion of Tahoma County, near the R Wild Horse Ranch or the Begum Gorge Bridge between May 18th and May 25th of 24. A combined reward of up to $30,000 still stands for everyone or anyone who provides information that leads to Nikki's location. Anyone with information about this investigation is asked to contact the Major Crimes Unit by email at mcu@shastacounty.gov or just call 530-245-6135. There it is, folks. That was released by the Sheriff's Department. So, yes, we do have verification. Hey, Doodlebug. Good to see you, dear. Excuse me. Yeah, I agree with you on that too, Alicia. So, there's that. It is very sad. It's sad that it took this long. I believe that they raided the Tyler's house, and I think that there's some accountability going to be had with him as well, probably. Yeah, big time. So we'll just have to wait and see where that goes from there. And this is something that I stated back when we covered this in the very beginning that I believe he had something to do with. So the fact that it took this long kind of blows my mind, but we know how this stuff goes. So that being said, there it is, guys. And I'm sure we'll be getting updates here, quickly now, hopefully, as this goes on. And I'm hoping that that Nikki's going to end up getting some real justice. She absolutely deserves it, in my opinion.
Yeah,
So
her sister's family deserve answers and
yeah,
be able
yeah.
to put her to rest.
Yeah, and Tyler came out and spoke out on this, of course, because he knows his ass is on fire right now. So he's going to have to do something to try to cover it, in my opinion. So that'll do it, guys, for today. Pray to God the weather stays good because it's not looking good now. And
It's not.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. But if you don't see me tonight, it's because of the weather. If you do, you'll see me then, and we'll be doing our creepy unexplained and scary Saturday night stuff like we do every Saturday, and it's all based on hauntings, so be ready for that. If you don't see me, like I said, it's weather related. You'll see me tomorrow. Pray to God it's not too bad, and we'll make up for it. Maybe we'll make up. If we can't do it tonight, we'll do it tomorrow night just to make up, because I don't want to let those go. I want to keep up with those, so we'll figure it out. Yeah, we covered this one, Alicia. It's back. It was in May. We did it last May.
It's been almost a year.
Mikey sent it to me, I think, initially, and then I just rolled with it for there. So yeah.
Alicia, if you saw her face, a picture of her face, you'd remember. She's gorgeous.
Yes, very much so. Didn't we do we covered the interview with her daughter too, I think, at one point? I think. Maybe not.
Her kids are old enough.
Maybe not.
I know she's got 3, but I don't know that they're old enough.
No. I'm thinking of the other case. See, I mix these up sometimes. That's okay. Yeah, you'll remember this one once you see. Look at her. Like if you look, hold on. Let me see if they show this picture of her face real quick.
Yeah, it's all over Facebook and stuff. So yeah.
There's her face right there. And then of course this idiot over here. But anyway. Yeah, she reminds me of the girl from played in Charlie's Angels, the one actress. I can't remember her name.
Yeah, I knew you would once you saw her picture.
Yeah. So then there's the devil, like I said, standing
Boy,
next.
you might be muted, but we're not.
Yes. I was at first when I started, but she caught it. Anyway, so that's the face, that's the case, and we'll be rolling into it and picking up on it. So anyway, I want to thank you guys so much for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. I hope you guys got something out of the show, and I hope you were able to leave with a little smile after what we just watched there. Hopefully I will see you guys here in a few hours. Fingers crossed that we have okay weather and so on and so forth, but like I said, I don't think it's going to happen, so we'll see. Besides that, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people, and don't forget to jump on over, if you haven't, to Mama Bear's side of things. Hit that like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and make sure that you share it out. We all appreciate you guys so very much, both of us. Have a great rest of your day, and we will see you soon. Much love, guys.
Bye, guys. See you later.
Life's a journey. Let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. See you next time with stories anew.